Okay, hello and welcome to the Village Council meeting for Thursday, June 25th, the Housing Retreat, Part 2. Judy, if you could call the roll.
All right, DeVore Leonard.
Here.
Shu. Here. Samari.
Here.
Pierce. Here. We're expecting Carmen Brown in about 30 minutes. Also present are Elise Chardulo, Assistant Village Manager, Naya Holt, Planning and Zoning Director, and Village Manager Johnny Birds.
Okay. I think I'm handing off to right?
Yeah.
Okay. Big
Okay,
duties.
first of all, thank you everyone for making the time. Thank you staff for all the hard work preparing the materials and contributing. It's really exciting to be back together and slowing down to give this topic our full attention and time. And it's really exciting that Naya's here. At our last one, you were very elusive. You were an elusive hypothetical human. I thought we'd just start with a quick check-in, if everyone wants to go around. I think you've met everyone at this point, but one thing that you're excited to be talking about or hoping to get out of the day, and then with that, we'll enter. I will start and say that I'm really looking forward to the end of the day when we just have more clarity on what's next, the next steps. And I think we've done a lot of work to get to this point in the last 6 months. So really looking forward to the momentum to keep moving forward. Whoever feels moved.
I'm really excited to have a planning and zoning director here. I think a lot of things we had to pause, talking about, or some things are, aren't clear without you, without your input. So super excited. I think it's going to help move some things forward.
I'll second that. I'm also very excited to have a planning and zoning director here, so thank you, Naya. And I'll say I'm also excited to talk about the Lawson Place performance today, for you all to see the details of that, because I think that there's some really exciting and successful news with that as well.
I'll third it then. Naya's come in and she's done a fabulous job and continues to keep on amazing us. So looking forward to more to come.
I'll just piggyback. I'm excited to be here. And I'm excited that the center focus for, it seems, this leadership and many in the community, if not many that I've met, is to put housing and a lot of these other really important items such as sustainability at the forefront. So I want to help the community get that over the finish line if that's okay.
All right, I'll jump in. I would like to add, I'm very happy to be here, although I did just get back from vacation a few hours ago, so.
Hours ago.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that this is the first place I would like to be. I was on the beach, but this is the second favorite place I'd like to be.
I would like to move seats.
No, I'm actually excited. I think there's a lot more clarity going into this version of the housing retreat on what we can do versus things that we're thinking about. So I'm looking forward to gaining more clarity into what we can do, especially having Naya here, having the whole team. I feel like the momentum is actually behind us right now, and so I'm looking forward to where this takes us.
Hi, Gavin. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I would say the part that was probably jumping out at me the most reading the materials is looking forward to talking about the rental components. I'm looking forward to all of it, but that's the part where it's especially interesting.
Well, I'm just so darn excited to be here as well. And I have to say, it's been fantastic, even just in a small amount of time working with Naya. She just gets it immediately, gets stuff done, communicates super well. I think this is going to really help everything start moving forward. So.
Great. So just to remind us all, we had 6 goals that we identified together, and then we prioritized them. So they are presented in order of priority. The first 3 goals, we've allocated 45 minutes for each topic, and then the following subsequent 3 goals have a little less time. Obviously, we're not going to wrap up all the loose ends on this topic, but it is trying to get as much as we can without getting sidetracked and focusing all of our time on one topic and on others. So, like last time, we'll keep a parking lot, and whatever outstanding questions, we'll have a little bit of time to return to it. But yeah, these are big topics, so setting expectations there. Any other questions? Great. Okay. So the first goal was develop a clear data-driven housing strategy and focusing on the strategy and mission statement, as well as establishing new housing targets and goals, utilizing the Bowen study from 2018 and then also updating it with the most recent version. So I thought the way we'll do it is whoever worked on that section can take a couple minutes to describe what's in the packet, or any thoughts, and then we can just open discussion from there. So what I have here, the document is really like, I think summarizing the 7 hours we spent together last time and trying to distill it. The housing mission statement was included last time in the packet as well, just really sharing with the entire community why we're doing this, why we care about it. And then we talked about the definition of affordable housing, really across the sector, across multiple sectors, I would say, related to this. The definition of affordable housing means no more than 30% of gross income spent on housing. So this really lays it out clearly. And then the next section gives a little context of what that means for us. 28% of households in Yellow Springs are cost burdened with housing. And then our focus on income earners making 60% or less AMI, $4,300 a month. And I tried to use some of the different resources we know to help kind of explain what does that actually mean in practice. So the living wage for a single person being $21.74. What does that mean in terms of monthly to be spent on housing? And again, we talked about it for much longer, but this focus on workforce housing, that there are people who work here, who we believe should be able to live here, and defining workforce housing as that. There's been different versions of what workforce housing means, and so I took a stab at focusing on our downtown business sector, so that's retail, hospitality, service, restaurants, cafes, and wages. The minimum wage is $11 an hour. It's even lower for tipped, but this was just trying to give a sense of even somebody who makes 11 or 15, what does that equate for how much can be spent on housing or should be spent on affordable housing. The second page looks at housing targets and goals, and this is taken from the first Bowen study, and then there's been some updates, and so this is an example of how it can go. This is definitely draft, very much draft form, but if we're looking at this, we're seeing as of 2018 what they were saying we needed, what's the progress we've made since 2018. And then using this to help us hone in on what we want to work on. So if we take the first page, what's highlighted was what I thought, we're really focusing on. So very low housing in the rental sector, so that's less than 40% AMI, 40 to 60% AMI, and then the for sale, also looking at that first subsection. I also wanted to say that this will get into some of the documents I included with about Glass Farm and village-led housing initiatives. I've been in touch with the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. They're doing a lot of really interesting work, and a lot of what we're talking about aligns with how they've built and prioritized. And so there's some documents there that were just for reference and context, but similarly, they also have a focus on 60% or less AMI. So I think that not only is it, we're defining what it means for us, But, when we look at the bigger topic in the state or the region or nationally, like, this is also what a lot of other municipalities are working on. And yeah, with that, I think the rest of this section is really just to focus on these 2 pages, the mission statement, the context, and then starting to hone in on these goals.
So does somebody want to give an update on where the Bowen stuff's at? Like I think when we talked about this the last time, we were thinking, oh, maybe we'll have some data and therefore have some goal, have something to start working from, but are we, I don't know where we're at. So.
We have asked them for some more information for the thing, so they're still working on it. Naya they have an executive summary, and I can let her go into that as well. That is, we have some more information that we can share, but the document's still missing some things that we requested, so it's still considered draft right now. Naya, do you want to?
Yeah, so we are still working with their team to get you a finalized draft, as Johnny mentioned, but I was able to pull together, based on the executive summary that they have, kind of pulled together and pared down for us, and a comparison of the 2017 assessment versus the one that they're working on, some of the changes. As you recognize, we are trying to make some strides in closing the housing gap, and it does recognize that, but there is some ways to go. They are tentatively recommending that there is 328 units that would be needed, but like I said, there is still some work that needs to be done, and so that is outlined in the memo as well. Recognizing that there is still a number of households within our community that are experiencing cost burden because of the amounts that they are spending towards housing costs, and also the aging infrastructure and homes that we have because they were built prior to 1970. So how can we address those needs? They do have recommendations out there that is in the executive summary, but they do caution that the village look at our capacity, whether it's financial, administrative, before pursuing any of those recommendations that they will have in the full report.
And I'll go on the side of what they talked about as far as looking at what we have, strategy, the capacity and all that. I have the draft version as well of the 200-page document for the wastewater treatment plant laying on my desk now for the last week that I've yet to get to. We had a meeting with AES, they canceled today, we had to get them some load data for the electric side of it, and the watering model side is done, and they're putting together some recommendations for the water model as well.
So you're saying those are like sort of supplement to the Bowen study to be able to have context on what infrastructure can or can't handle with more development?
Yes, because the Bowen study is saying that we need another 328 units. That is above and beyond what we already have scheduled, what is already that we know about. So we've been doing the capacity studies in conjunction with the Bowen study to make sure that whatever they're recommending, we can handle. So.
And I would like to note, they are saying in that number, that 328, that does include looking at our existing housing as well, whether that is assisting with financial assistance for helping people stay in the homes that they already have, whether it's a rental property or a owner-occupied unit. How can we help the residents who are already here? So I do appreciate that is considered in the assessment, serving both potential new neighbors, but also serving the ones we already have.
So is there a timeline for this to be done?
We have not asked them about a timeline, but I can get back with you.
Okay.
I know Patrick was on vacation last week.
That was delayed.
Yeah. It would be great to get a timeline, because you're just new, but we've been talking about this now for 6 months, and it's like, it'd be nice to just have all be able to see the thing so that we can make some decisions based off of it. I found the Ann Arbor thing to be helpful or interesting in that they, just sort of laid out, here are their priorities, and I assume that's what we're gonna do, is, because what happened the last time the Bone study happened is they said, well, we need this many units, and we got more than the number of units that were needed on the market rate side, and not nearly enough or no units on the affordable side. That's, I think, a fair summation of what happened. And so I think that then we should have goals that reflect a concern that we don't want that to happen again, and what are we going to do to change that from happening again. But I'm assuming that the Bowen stuff will be the baseline of that, but at some point we need to have it so we can make those goals. I mean, I guess just as a temperature check, like, there's no one who disagrees with that, right? Like, we're all assuming that we're trying to figure out how to balance the dynamic that we're getting market rate housing but not affordable housing, and then our village efforts are going to go toward trying to figure out how to get affordable housing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to document that, and I assume we're close, but it'll be nice to have actual numbers, but that's the direction we want to be talking about.
Yeah, I guess for me, I mean, I'd like to hear people's thoughts. This table on the second page, for me, I mean, I wasn't unclear why the 61 to 80% AMI was all at 0, if anybody knows. But essentially to say, like, this is what we want to do, and this is what we're focusing on, and this is what we're prioritizing. And when you look at that table, it's just like, to me, it felt a little bit like it's not clear where the intention is going, and there might be reasons why. So, if there was going to be a reason why we don't want to work on the first line, very low housing, less than 40% AMI. Until I hear that, my assumption is that is of interest. Pretty much the highlighted sections are where we want to put in time and energy, and like Naya said, which is really helpful, like, that's not necessarily about new builds. It's about what can we do right now, and what are ways in which we can figure out what are the ways to create more rentals that are less than 500 through other policy tools or other creative approaches. But it's helpful to me that we remember that, if we're talking about that, we're not necessarily talking about new builds. It's about utilizing what we have, the buildings we have, and also people who are already here.
I like this chart. This was super helpful. It's very disappointing, the numbers on there to look at and think that certain things have been not tended to or whatever, or focused on. But it's nice to see it as a clear, this is where we should go. This is,
In talking with them, did they, maybe this is like the comparison of what happened, like, they said we need X number of market rate units, and then we got, 3 times as many. So the market seems to be saying that there's a need, but like a willingness to have many more of that kind of, housing unit. I guess I would be interested in, like, how are they defining need? Does that make sense? Like, if they say we need X, but then we get more than X, what does need mean? So just something I'll be looking for that in the report, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, what are these numbers based off of? Did the market just grow a lot more than they expected? And if so, what was wrong about their model or their assumptions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know a lot of this was, comparing how the impact of COVID hit with this community and all across, the world. So you will see a lot of people wanting to come back home to the Midwest. And that's a trend that you saw over and over again. And they're like, hey, it's a quiet, peaceful place here in Yellow Springs. I'll buy a property. I know I loved it as a kid, so I'm coming back, so I'll work from home here. And if those trends keep happening, especially when you have climate change and all that is disappearing from the coast, people are going to keep moving inward. So that's a need here in the Midwest that we're definitely got to be conscious of. But we could definitely look into how that need was defined.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, thank you. I heard you.
Yep.
We'll ask him that, make sure.
Cool. I guess I'll just name another, like, another, I guess, I don't know, elephant in the room or dynamic to just say out loud. With the number of units that we have in process right now, I think the, like, guesstimate that I've heard a few of us kind of, throw around is that we're probably, assuming all those units happen, and it's gonna take many years, but Spring Meadows 3 and 4 being the biggest, 190 units, the Windsor projects at Student Union and Kettering, you add those up, we're getting into the like 4,600 people range probably.
Correct.
And so there's this sort of question of, do we care if, so just using this math, if it's 300 and, what'd you say, 28 is what they're saying?
328, yeah.
So if it's 328 and there's some, I don't know what the multiplier is, 1.75 or whatever they use for the number of people per unit, we're gonna cross the 5,000 threshold unless we do something. And I don't know that we care. Like, is that actually a problem? And then I think the interrelated question is like, whether it is or it isn't, what kind of growth do we want to have? Right now what's happening is we're functionally just getting more market rate housing. And so if we don't do anything, that will probably continue, so that's what the market's doing. So anyway, just naming that, I don't know where that fits exactly here, but there is at some point sort of a choice of like, are we going to do things to restrict the number of housing units that are being built if we don't want to get to across a 5,000 threshold? And if we, anyway, you see what I'm saying, right? It's a thing that's coming that we haven't addressed, so I'm just naming it. It's going to happen if we don't change something right now. There's no reason to think we're going to get smaller.
Can anyone answer, can anyone contribute to, like, what are the concrete changes that happen once we cross the 5,000? One thing I've heard has had to do with roads, like who's responsible for maintenance of, is it 68?
That's all hypothetical, because I've yet to figure it out, but we are in the process. I've asked other managers.
Okay.
I literally have to find somebody that has went from a village to a city.
Okay.
Right.
And ask them,
Yeah.
and we're working on that
Okay.
as well. I've actually had the managers group send the question.
Okay.
But yeah, things would change. I mean, council would then become 7 people. Police department would become unionized.
The entire village would be.
There's, yeah, it would
The
certainly
entire
change.
village.
Government would change.
Would
Right
be-
now,
Yeah.
because we're a village,
Yes,
we are not subject to unions.
okay.
If you go over, you become a city, then Public Works could have a union, utilities could have a union, administrators or other people like that, police department, parks, swimming pool,
Okay.
so.
And then Judy, you said council becomes
7.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
believe we would have to maintain 68 as well. We'd take that over from the county
That's-
potentially.
It's the state, but
Oh, state, right, yep.
Does
Yep.
it change whether, like, our charter status? Go up or not?
Sometimes there's charter reviews that you have to do on a more regular
Correct.
basis as well.
Yeah.
So you would have to establish a charter review.
We
I
have
mean,
to change that because.
I think it's an interesting conversation. Yeah, I don't know if this is a right now conversation to have. not to say that it's not very important, I think especially as it relates to staff and Charles and Johnny. But I think at the core of the situation, I think you've already hit the nail on the head, which is these things are actually happening, right? And in terms of Spring Meadows 1, 2, 3, and what we're trying to do now is make sure that the growth mirrors or at least reflects what we want it to become, and not just continuing on this path that market gets to dictate who we are and what we are aspiring to be. And so going back again to these highlighted portions, the rental, very low housing, the rental, low housing incomes, and as well as entry-level homes, those are the things that I think we need to continue to get granular on. I think that's why we're all here today, and we have to deal with the repercussions of our decisions as a team, as a village, as a staff, everyone. So I think there's definitely consequences to everything, but at least we're finally getting the conversation hold now. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. And as it pertains to this graph, it is striking. I mean, it is a striking graph to see this. The Bowen study, I think, goal number 1 was goal number 1 for a reason, developing a clear data-driven housing strategy that using the Bowen study as kind of like its baseline. So the timeliness that we can get our hands on it and review it in depth is very important. Because I think, you know, we can't act on anything until we have full information. But this is the right direction. And at the end of the day, the market is not the determinant of Yellow Springs. I will stand by that. And so this is needed moving forward, this conversation moving forward. So, my 2 cents.
Yeah, so I feel like I can summarize and say that, you know, like the targets and goals, this is still a draft until we get the Bowen study back and we can update it and look at those numbers, and we'll have to come back to discuss that with the new report. I would say the first page, my hope is that we are essentially sitting here to approve it and say this is our mission statement, this is our definition, this is context that we think is valuable. I will say on a personal level, because we're doing all of this concentrated work on housing, you know, I have all types of interesting conversations with residents who have concerns and who are enthusiastic and who are supportive or who are dubious. And for me, having something like this, copies in my bag that I can hand to people and say, this is where we're at and this is our you know, guiding principle will be very useful. And I will say, in this period of being on council so far, I think there's confusion. You know, I have people coming to me and asking me, what does affordable housing mean to the village? What does workforce housing mean? And so I think as we move into this work as a community, which is not easy by any means, the definitions are important to help us all be on the same page as we start. So I'm really, I'm really opening it up if people want to change, want to add. But my hope is that we can finish, you know, this section, goal 1 by 1 o'clock and have confirmation that this is what we're using.
I like it. I appreciate the very specific clarity of it, the breakdown of your numbers and everything. So.
Yeah, for me, I'm just, this page 1, or I don't know, it's page 5 in my packet, but the thing that says Village of Yellow Springs Housing and Affordability, and then has, you're looking at it on your screen too.
Yeah.
That, there's a couple like minor typos I can send, just whatever,
Yeah.
but the basic idea, and then that's part 1, and then part 2 is gonna be the numbers that match it, so that and I'm assuming that Bowen's gonna say, again, I'm trying to just define what need means, but you need this many units, but then we have a choice of, do we want that many units? And then we can adjust our zoning to reflect what we want to happen. And I'm hearing, I think, a unanimous interest in trying to prioritize affordable housing to low-income people with multiple metrics that will be in between. I think I appreciate that you've named what I think many of us have talked about repeatedly, which is retail, hospitality, service sector employees who are making not 60% of AMI, are making lower than that. And we're trying to figure out how to create housing options for people who are working, particularly in the core of our downtown. That's the, I think, sort of the engine that keeps the maintains a community vibrance that we appreciate. So anyway, that's a long way of saying, yes, generally sounds good to me. I'm hoping we put some concrete numbers on as soon as we can, so that you can hand out not just one page, but 2
Yeah.
pages.
Yeah.
Anybody want to take a stab? I think the mission statement is all encompassing. I think the context, I'm not sure, like, the portion for me on housing mission is the focus on that housing is by far the largest expense for most individuals and households. And then the line that right after that, because our village cares about having a diverse population, we need diverse options for housing to ensure all types of people have real and viable ways to call Yellow Springs home. That to me is kind of like the core component of this, is acknowledging the large expense that housing has, not just on homeowners, but on renters as well, and how we want a vibrant and diverse Yellow Springs. The context is exceptional. Andrew sets it really well. I don't know if we need exhaustive additional context. I think it kind of does speak for itself. That part feels good to me.
Okay, well, we can move on, and if there's any thoughts about it, we can come back to it, but I'm hearing approval, besides some typos that we can work on later, and that we'll just keep tabs on the study and make sure that we prioritize returning to this to finalize part 2. Okay, great. So we're going to move on to goal 2, which is advancing priority village-led housing initiatives. And Johnny, would you like to give background and context, or Naya, a summary of what was in the packet to lead us into conversation?
Actually, Naya put it all together for the packet. But I can let you know that we've stubbed infrastructure into the glass farm. We've done environmental phase 1 impact on glass farm. We have stubbed utilities in from Springs Meadows. We have the center circuit running through there. We have the conservation easement defined. So the appraisal has been sent out. They are currently working on it. They have actually acknowledged that they received it. So we are collecting the appraisal for that, so then we can figure out the RFP or RFQ on what we want to do for the glass farm.
The appraisal went out, they received it?
They received
How long ago?
their work just last week.
Okay, good.
So I would venture to say that 3 or 4 weeks is what I'm thinking. And it's back in EBEC, I think it's who's doing the appraisal. The glass farm documentation that we had is a lot of, we're 30 years of documentation. So trying to recreate the wheel and do it all over again, I think we just need to focus on the positives of glass farm and start moving it forward as a positive, not a negative.
Right.
So, Carmen, you threw out some things in the in your documents about conservation development and forms of kind of making a case of, hey, it's a both and. Let's be conscientious about the environment, the properties of the land, and that doesn't mean that we can't. It's not like you can build everything always, and it's not a don't build anything at all. So we're trying to find where the balance is in between. How are we thinking about what the process is from here? are y'all thinking about, what are the next steps on moving toward, I think we ultimately said, let's get out an RFP. Is this is there some council engagement that's needed? Is there a staff team that's working on it? Is it is there, I think we talked about at our last retreat, the idea of having some community engagement opportunities. So I'm just talk a little bit more about how are you seeing things moving from here?
I think the first thing we do is get the appraisal back, and then we're going to do I would think that we'd do an RFQ, because we don't want to lock into just one thing. We want to send an RFQ out with, here's X amount of property that we have, here's your infrastructure that's in there, send us back your best scope of what you think your company could do for this, and making sure that there's criteria in there for affordability and other things. And then we can get all the proposals back, and then we can say, well, we like some of this, we like some of that, and then we can create an RFP to then go out and put in there exactly what we want. And then, yes, I think it would be smart to have community engagement prior to even the RFQ going out, because people might already have ideals, and so we can literally put on there that they want to have walking paths, they want to have affordability, they want to have tiny houses, they want to have different things.
So one of the, you touched on briefly about the document that's in the packet. So it is imperative that because of the Glass Farm as an ecosystem, that we look at conservation development and zero energy ready housing. Because it's for Glass Farm, it's the least harmful means of construction. A lot of developments, modern developments, and zero energy housing is more like houses used to be built. So it was like, here's your lot, you put your house on your lot, right? As opposed to like the full nuclear option, where the tilth of the soil is destroyed and we use non-permeable pavement, and there has to be a detention or a retention pond to deal with stormwater runoff. The majority of these builds come in on a flatbed, and it's kind of plug and play. So that's, in my estimation, yes, you said either and or, but that's where the buck stops for me with Glass Farm. It has to be conservation development, it has to be zero energy ready. And there are municipalities all over the country that are doing zero energy ready housing, conservation development that's affordable, mixed income. And I provided I think maybe 10 examples in the packet, and that for me, and especially on behalf of the Environmental Commission, that's where the buck stops, especially with Glass Farm. Ideally, these kinds of builds would go all over the place because they're the most energy efficient, especially for people who are financially taxed. Some of these houses, if retrofitted, a 1,200 square foot house with a small solar panel, become completely energy independent and have credits going back to the grid. That's how energy efficient these builds are. And so the burden, and I don't want to get too much into the weeds because it's in the document, but when we talk about putting people in houses, we talk about affordable housing. If you're putting people who are already on a fixed income in subpar builds, at the end of the day, they're absorbing the cost of the construction and the developer and the development team because the windows aren't properly seated. The doors aren't properly hung. There's improper insulation. And so all of that energy is being wasted. And in some cases, people's rent is right up to their utility bills. So if you have a $1,200 a month rent payment and your energy bill is $800 a month in the winter, that makes it impossible to, you know, to break even or get ahead. And that's why it's recognized all over the country that people who are, you know, the lower income, of lower means, they're putting people in these houses because it's less taxing on the grid. And in the long run, better off for everyone in the community, every homeowner in the community. So there's a lot there, and there's a lot in this packet, but I just wanted to speak to what you mentioned a little bit.
Yes, I would, well, first of all, in terms of the community engagement piece, I mean, I think that's critical. I think that's something we should be talking about is, I mean, clearly, we've gotten letters, we know that the community cares, is concerned, is invested. And so I think this is a big piece of it for us today. It's like, what are the ways in which we engage the community in a process that is productive, informative, educational, forward-thinking? And I'll be totally upfront, as Judy and I were putting together the packet, you know, we were trying to figure out how much of the history of Glass Farm do we include in this packet? How many decades do we go back in terms of documents, discussions, council meetings, votes, to give context? And all of that is valuable, but, you know, like, we're not gonna have a 200-page packet, right? So I think, you know, as I'm sitting in this room, we gotta figure it out, because, you know, like, we all have different levels of knowledge and engagement with Glass Farm, and I think we need to figure out how to have this conversation that is emotional and personal, and people are invested. We all are. So that's a big question mark for me, and I am just reiterating the point that we need to take this very seriously and set ourselves up to have good, productive conversations, right? And in the end, I think Judy and I are discussing, you know, do documents pull us back or do they help us move forward? And there's a real interest, what have we learned from in past initiatives to move forward? And to Carmen's point, yeah, I thought the sections and the examples that you gave were fantastic. It's really important that we're putting the zero energy ready home aspect of it directly in the front, you know, and we've talked about utilities and affordability, but it needs to be here. It's hand in hand with the conversation about housing. So I'm glad, you know, right now we're reiterating it. And the proposal about tiny homes, I just wanted to say a couple sentences that, for me, that was exciting to see because it tied in a lot of things that the community cares about: conservation, preservation, the environmental impact, the impact on the existing neighbors, the part about affordability on the utilities. And I'm not saying that is the solution, but I'm saying, like, let's start to think about this creatively and innovatively and differently than how we've done, you know, how it's been discussed in the past. So the coming together of, Carmen, your piece, and then that proposal that community members are starting to work on, to me was just a great example. It doesn't mean that is it, but we are starting the process of thinking outside the box. And Glass Farm needs to be that. We need to think outside the box.
One of the things that's the most exciting for me about Glass Farm is that it's owned by the village. It's the village's, big V, little v's property. Mm-hmm. And there's opportunity for mixed income. There's opportunity for, you know, not, mixed income means across the board. Mixed income means here and not here. And there's opportunity for tiny homes. There's opportunity for more traditional builds. But what's important, like, I don't want to say no, I'm going to say that. What's important is that it's done in the most energy efficient way possible that does the least amount of harm, especially to that property. And so, yeah, tiny homes would be great. So there could be like 4 tiny homes over here. It can be a mixed development. It can be whatever we decide that the bigger we would like to see there. there's a lot of opportunity to do some really great stuff.
So is this like in terms of doing community engagement, and then I'm also thinking about, like, I know we've kind of said it in little snippets, like what we're all interested in, but I think this is where, like, should there be a charrette? You know, should there be a space where community members and/or council members can say, hey, here's the vision I have, and start to kind of piece together. You know, we have from I think it was in the comprehensive land use plan, there's like there was a drawing of what it might look like.
Correct.
I don't think any of us were part of that, so it's like, that might be one example to start from. But anyway, the question is just, who sets up the process of when can we start doing community engagement? When do we start, and when do we put in input, and when do community members put in input?
Would you like staff to come up with a recommendation of a timeline, or do you have a set, like, hey, we would like to have the RFP out by this date, and then we can back up from there with potential community outreach workshops or whatever that looks like, charrettes, as you mentioned, and then back up from that date?
We had originally said December, I think council gave us April of 27, but I also want to make sure that we can come up with a timeline, but I think this should be led by council at the
Absolutely.
charrette.
Yeah.
You know, council, staff can be there with, and help in all this, but it needs to be led by council or council person.
So, this is just an aside, but a relevant aside. There's a woman named Sue Cosentini. She has a development in Ithaca, New York called Amabel. And the Environmental Commission we invited her to come to Yellow Springs to have a presentation last year, but stuff got tight, and we've been reaching out to her, and she's willing to come here. And so that's something it's in EC's budget, Johnny. So
Just look at it.
So I just wanted to put that out there. So this could be a part of that whole the whole community conversation. At least we could present the information, and like this thing that I made in the packet. This is pretty comprehensive. I would like for people to be able to look at it. I mean, I know they can look online at the packet, but we have some. Environmental Commission is thinking about, like, so it's not. I don't want to say that it's like an exclusive thing, but we have so many people in the region also, not just Ithaca, New York, but WODA.
Yeah.
Like, they're right here, and I would really like, yeah. So yes, you're right. I think it should be council-led and kind of already moving toward doing something like that, at least with EC. So maybe another council member.
This is not going to be popular, but I don't think it should be council-led. I think it should be led by the Planning and Zoning Administrator with council input, because what you don't want to have is one-offs in terms of information that may or may not conflict with one another, so that you have a coordinated process of information rollout that's, done by, sorry to give you more work, but that I would sort of
I offered.
coordinate it
You
together.
signed up for the job.
I did offer.
I think that way you know what you're getting when you're getting it, and it doesn't exclude the input from various groups at all. It just means that it's centrally coordinated.
I agree with that, because there's some zoning stuff with conservation development that needs to be looked at. I would love to work with Naya if that would be something that would be agreeable, and another council member.
Yeah, but when I hear council-led, I'm hearing that council will be involved and help to facilitate those conversations.
Yeah.
Is that, making sure I understood that?
Yes.
Okay. But that I would help as staff to get, this organized, all that. Just, so you guys have.
You're going to keep them on track.
Right.
Yes, keep things moving. That's why I was offering to do the timeline and make sure we're moving towards this goal.
I was gonna say, in general, I personally feel like, we've spent 6 months getting to this point, and we've had lots of conversations of when do we ask for public input, what's the right structure for us, and, you know, we're at the end of 6 months, and I think it was what we needed to do as a new council, right? Like, we needed to dig in with the staff, we were learning how to work together. And for me, at this point, it's like, a lot of these topics, we need to start opening up and getting community feedback and engagement and investment, because it is for the community, you know, and so Stephanie's gonna talk about it, and definitely I know with Lawson, right, these are all topics in which we have been discussing it mainly in this format or council meetings, but I think for a lot of this, that's the question today, is what's the next step, and how are we bringing in and more voices, and deciding together with those new voices what the goal is, and how do we move in that direction.
So I wasn't like, at my point, if I missed, if it was lost on people, is that community engagement piece, I would love to do, you know, to be a part of that conversation and to open up those conversations soon,
Yeah.
like really, like soon.
I mean, I think we have already by talking about this, obviously, with the stack
Sure.
orders and things that we have, so, you know, doing it in a productive way. We just need to step in. I think try to put some structure to that conversation before it gets.
Yeah, because there's
Out of
obviously a
control.
bunch of, it's a bummer that there are people, you know, that don't have any awareness of the long history of talking about this, and that's been discussed for, you know, development, and then, but I think there's a lot of opportunity to find solutions here. You know, if we're, especially with the conservation development concepts, we're not talking about I don't think anyone is talking about putting, you know, high-rise developments on every square inch of that 20 acres. So it's like, we're trying to figure out how do you find the right balance of taking advantage of this opportunity that we have, this land that we own, to reach some of the goals that we have and build in a way that makes sense for the community. So saying that, and giving some of that context more broadly, it's clearly needed because there's a bunch of people who don't have the context.
Yeah.
So staff will work on a timeline backwards, and then we can send out some dates.
Backwards timeline.
Backwards timeline, send out some dates, and then we can throw in some maybe times of public meetings that we can have.
So when we say backup, are we talking about backing it up to the RFQ going out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just pausing on like raising my hand because I'm always conscious of how many things I'm raising my hand on. But I appreciate that Carmen's saying, I want to do this. I guess, are there other people that want to do this on council? Are there people that are, you know, want to raise their hand to say, hey, I want to be involved in the,
Community
I'm assuming
engagement.
the looking at the timeline and then thinking about how would the facilitation go and what would the outreach look like, and so it's
Yeah,
just
I want to be involved, but I also have full faith in these guys, so if it's helpful, I'm there.
So it sounds, Carmen, Angie,
I mean, I kind of agree with you, yeah, you know, if you need more, you know, but.
Best if there's two of you, because we can't be having three of you talk about
Yeah.
what you're doing, so if you can.
Yeah, you know, and I think it's like,
one of you.
No, and then I wasn't saying I want to be on that, I'm just saying I just feel the same way that if it's needed,
Like if we
you know,
need some
yeah.
resources.
Yeah,
yeah, and also that whatever the public event is, I think, right, we are allowed to all be there, so I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
my sense is we all want to be there, yeah.
So, and to your point, I mean, who's in the lead feels a little bit, it's gonna be a team effort. Council's gonna be involved, gonna play an important role in the public facilitation so that I think that's appropriate with our role. And then staff's gonna be involved at every level so that there's communication and collaboration. So I'm hearing a Carmen, Angie, Naya,
Trifecta.
you know, and so my main ask would be, I just want to know when we're going to follow up. So if we could try to shoot for, like at the next council meeting, maybe there could be put it in the manager's report, not to be done, but just to say, hey, we can have a timeline by X. you don't have to have the timeline done. You could just say, here's, hey, all I'm looking for is just something on these things to be able to follow up on, to know when are we going to do it, so that it doesn't drag on forever. That's all. That's reasonable, right? The one other thing I'll just throw in here that's a little bit of a tangent, but it's like I don't quite know where it fits anywhere, so this will be like just somewhere to say it out loud.
Are we talking July 6th or are we talking July 20th? We're 4 days from the packet.
By the 20th, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
The reason I say the 6th is because I'm thinking in the next, if it was the 6th, it would just be, hey, here's when we would know. If it gets to the 20th, there's some point at which we could actually make a draft timeline in that much time. Anyway, I just don't want to kick things down the road too far. Is all. That's all I'm saying.
We'll come back with an update.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm making a note that part of this last section at 405 is like, how would we like to hold ourselves accountable for this process?
Cool. So anyway, it just seems like we have time, and the one thing when I was looking over all this that I don't see named that I feel like is a thing that comes up regularly in the community is trying to figure out what do we do about, and I understanding the scope of the problem, because it's one of these things that's like talked about, but I'm not sure the extent of it. Individuals or couples that are in large homes that could or should be opened up, and or that you hear people say, I hear people who want to open up houses for families, but that they can't afford to find, that there's not another place to move in the village, essentially. So I'm wondering is there something at Glass Farm, or is there some other, it's just one of these things where it feels like it's a consistent area of conversation, and I wonder if there's some place, like who will at some point answer that question of, are there, yeah, go ahead.
So you're talking about like senior housing, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of incentives for building senior housing, and the development that I talk about in the packet is a zero energy ready, basically it's a passive senior housing project that's been heavily supported by the state and subsidized. But in a mixed income residential thing, you can do some senior housing. So I mean, we have the opportunity to really take care of all of these, I mean, not take care of, but to address all of those issues, because it's the same thing. I work with people who are older, and they're like, I have this big giant house, and I don't want to move to Fairborn. I don't want to. I want to age in place, which is incredibly important. But there's no place yet. But this is, there's, and it's been addressed to some extent with, we have some people that, there's some people in homing developments that have moved and downsized. But yeah, I think that there's the opportunity to address, I don't want to say all of our problems, but to address that as well there.
Well, that is a whole Windsor thing.
There's that too. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
I recently have spoken to some seniors, and I'm also in touch with the senior center about this idea of hosting some panel discussion, open discussion, whatever, public events, focusing on the senior community, coming together with them, listening to them describe what they need, and essentially doing like the reverse version of a rental registry. So I feel the same. It's talked about a lot in this town in elusive ways. There are a lot of seniors who want to downsize, then their houses would be available. So I think the idea is to really, it's voluntary, but for seniors to tell us, like, this is my name, this is where I live, this is how big it is, and this is my ideal scenario of what I would like. And we'll be able to say, like, for example, when Windsor's up and running, does that fulfill your needs, yes or no? This other option is Friends Care or a facility, what you're looking for. Let's actually track it. And the conversations I've had with seniors, there's been a lot of positive kind of response to that, of like, they do want to share they do want to share their views on this and what they're looking for. And I think because of our size, like a lot of the things we were doing in Yellow Springs, because of our size, it's actually possible to do that. We can get some volunteers, have days in which, you know, they're just available with a spreadsheet, and people who want to share can share.
So what about LEAF? What is it?
Yeah, living, livable, equitable, age-friendly.
Right.
Yeah, so
So this sounds like maybe someone, not me, reaching out to LEAF.
yeah. So I'm in touch with them in the same,
Okay.
similar,
Yeah, and
direction.
maybe organizing
Yeah.
that with LEAF.
I was looking through my bazillion open tabs that, because I can't remember, but in some of the research I've done, I kept coming across, there are people like real estate people or people that kind of specialize in that, how to help someone look, you know, a senior look and go, you want to live in this, and help them find the places to live. So there are people that specialize in helping seniors do that in a real practical, you know, hands-on way, you know, so that might be something we, you know, look at. But it's, you know, it's something that also kept coming up in lots of, you know, and I'd fall down the rabbit hole looking at it. But I saw specific people. I remember one lady in the Dayton area, that's what I was looking at, and that's like what she does. She helps seniors, you know, look at their
Downside.
situation and find where to go, you know, type of thing, how to do that. So there are experts, I guess, in that.
I think like I've heard from many people, and it makes sense based on, you know, what housing exists, is that, you know, so take like the Windsor developments, like without, because student union does not have elevators, right? It's
That's
3
not-
floors without. So anyway, many of don't have many apartments, and then the ones that exist, you reduce options with elevators. The number of units that are walk-in accessible. Anyway, you go through
The Kettering building will, though.
the Kettering building. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this question of and then you get into, do people want to live in apartments? And this gets to the question of like, what kind of space do people want? My understanding was that, you know, Antioch Village, the project that they had talked about, was like checking that box for a bunch of people. That Park Meadows had checked that box for a bunch of people. So anyway, it's just like a matching thing of like, are the units that are getting developed, will they check the box? And if not, what is it that people are expecting?
I really do think that, I mean, there are people that in this town, like wonderful groups like LEAF that could help gather this information.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
And we could have it as one of, you know, one of the tools in the toolbox, because I think that they'd be, I mean, I know that they'd be happy to help with that.
Yeah, noted. I'll follow up on that.
And so maybe it's just, like I said, when you look over the entirety of our housing goals, I think I was like, this one just doesn't jump out, and it feels like it's a thing that keeps coming up. So I don't know if it's like, when we get to doing goals, we just have a senior-related goal. You know, as we hone in on the goal 1 component. Just somewhere or another, let's put in that piece.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get
I mean,
lost, that's all.
and like senior-related goal, I mean, there we have.
I feel heard.
Or, yeah.
It's in your mission statement.
That's why you dropped your pen. Senior-related goal.
It's in the mission statement.
Yeah, it's, a part of it, yeah.
Yeah, I added that to the mission statement
Yeah.
this last round of edits. This was not in the previous version.
Sure.
Informed by the conversations I had.
Right. But like, I know that people in the community would be willing to come and talk to us
Yeah.
about it, like, so we have representation in the community, we have representation,
Yeah.
and we need to hear, it's important that we hear from those people, and it's not just a document.
Can I clarify the sunshine law? Like, let's say we decide we're gonna host a conversation with seniors at the senior center about housing. I could organize that with one other council member, but if it's publicly posted with enough time, anybody can attend?
You mean in terms of council
Yeah.
members? Yeah, but if you're all planning to speak, then I need to be there and I need to take minutes,
Okay.
because you're kind of, at that point, you're kind of
In a
having a
public
meeting.
meeting, okay.
So if it's more, hey, the 2 of us are gonna run it and the other 3 are here to listen and observe, but you're not really gonna jump in on it, then it's a different scenario. So it sort of depends on how you want
Okay.
to have that run.
What do you guys think
I
is
think
best?
that, I think that having a council member and then a member of another nonprofit facilitate. And just, you know what I mean? Like so it's not, doesn't have to be considered a public meeting. If we're having.
If you're all there, it's both.
But if we're all speaking,
Yeah. And then
so.
if you're all speaking, I
If we're all
cannot be there.
speaking, you have to be there. But if there are people, I did not go, I mean, look, whatever, there have been different town halls. There have been town halls
Yes.
that people have attended, and they don't constitute a public meeting. So I guess what I'm saying is to get away from your having to attend, like the James H. McKee Foundation has town halls, and there'll be all council members there, but council members aren't speaking. So if we have someone else facilitating, working with a council member, but someone else is facilitating the conversation with the council member.
And we've had an agreement before with the town halls. 2 council members would say, okay, we're allowed to speak. And the other 3 would say, we are not going to say anything. We're just
Okay,
going
so
to
that
sit
would
on the
take
town
care of
hall."
it, so you
Yep.
wouldn't have to show up
Yeah.
with your pen and paper.
Yeah, is everyone good with that? Like, we'll have something, we'll decide in advance if 2 of us are speaking, otherwise everybody will be there to listen. Okay, great.
It seemed relevant to the stuff you were sharing
Yeah,
too on the
yeah.
rental stuff, like the,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we should not be limited in our community engagement because of, we should follow the rule and we should not be limited. Like, I would be happy to say, I am only gonna listen at this meeting, and I'm assuming that we can get 3 of us that would raise our hands to, and if one of us is always listening, then we could, step up, step back on the next one, but let's not limit doing community engagement because of that. Right?
Okay, so I have this, you bringing up something where you didn't know where it fit in, is now my thing where I don't know where it fits in. So I'm gonna bring it up. In our last housing retreat, you brought up, like, what happens when you take out the contractor who is inherently trying to make money, right? Is a business, needs to and wants to make money off of the project. And so I will say, and I understand that it's more complicated than this, so when the tiny house proposal was brought to me, what that kind of like triggered this thought of, here's an example in which people build, companies build and sell tiny homes. Build and sell zero energy ready tiny homes, that's a thing. So is there I guess my question is are we still thinking about that as a thing that we want to talk and discuss? And are there ways to do this in which we're keeping that in mind, or, yeah. Carmen?
So, yeah, thanks. I was gonna chime in because it's important for people to understand that the majority of zero energy ready homes, you purchase the home and that is the price that you pay.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes to you on the back of a truck and a slab. And you pay someone to put it together like Legos.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as, developer gouging, it's not, it's because it's not the full nuclear option, traditional building houses where you go in with heavy equipment and knock the tilth of the soil down and kill, move all the trees and get rid of grass to bring grass back. It's a more efficient way of developing, and contractors, of course, have to make money. And also, with this brand of housing, they're not. There's a different motivation. There's a different motivation, and it's not as finance driven, I would say, as traditional construction. So yes, there's a concern, and also there's an ethic involved, I think, with this kind of building, because there's an environmental and sustainability. That's the core.
My 2 cents would be, I think where we landed on a I can't remember which place we had this, was probably not going to do the construction, but open to the idea of essentially being the developer. Is that a fair summary where we landed? I remain open to the idea that we would consider construction theoretically, but practically, it was a considerably bigger undertaking.
That's, oh, so we would do that? So like the village?
That was Gavin's thought.
I mean,
That we would
I
what?
don't, not the construction of the homes, construction of the water line, sewer line.
Okay, cool.
yeah, no, to be clear, I'm saying, I am not opposed to the idea of us, like we are the general contractor when we
Yeah.
oversee the renovation of a
Sure.
Lawson Place apartment.
Right.
Could you scale that up? Yes. Would it be an undertaking? Absolutely. And where I think we left off was an undertaking that feels like it is not the direction we are going right now. The idea of being effectively serving in a development role, said, incurring some of the initial soft costs, putting together site plans, I think I heard more, that's still going to take time and energy and will be, depending on the number of projects we do, would be its own new energy to take on, but that there's more comfort and willingness to do that. The benefit of any of that supply chain that you can do in-house is that you can take out the profit motive, that we would be doing it for the public good without trying to make developer fees or have profit on the construction side, and you could save money that way. And I think we're going to get into this when we get into Lawson Place, where we can do this. It's like it's possible. And then it's just a matter of how many times and how many places at what scale.
Lawson Place was already there.
I understand that, but it required work, and so then and then, we talked about this with the Windsor people, sometimes a remodel can be more work than a new build, So there's a line somewhere in between there where, like Lawson Place felt frustrating at times, more work unquestionably, but also a manageable number of units, an ability to sort of, spread renovation across over years. How would that play into if you did a larger development? If you did a twin coach as an example of a property that is, my understanding is it's either on the market or coming to the market soon from what people have said. I assume that is a larger scale project. And then you get into things like property at Antioch College, other areas where we have property that we already own. Anyway, we could do a little bit of development or we could do a lot of development. It's anywhere, it's sort of pick your own adventure at that level. But I assumed that the development seemed more open, construction less so. That's where I think we landed before.
Okay.
Similar to the school model where they chose to save the money of the project manager and staff took up as the project manager.
Yes,
That would be easier, still would need more staff. but
absolutely.
It would be easier to project manage contractors versus hiring a GC to hire all the contractors.
Sure.
Because then the GC still makes money and all the contractors. So that's the easier part of it versus the actual sweat and remodel
Well, yeah,
and
but,
frame.
and also versus adding staff capacity when we're talking about public funds, adding staff capacity or working with a developer that this is all inbuilt and plug and play. So
Well-
those are things that need to be, like what staff capacity versus, someone like WODA, where that's there, what's that look like and what's the balance there? So,
And to your point, it's to be the general contractor on, let's say we did, what you're talking about effectively is prefab housing, right? That comes in on the back of it's some form of prefab. It's made somewhere else. The components are made somewhere else, then put together on site. It's still going to require somebody to figure out how to connect to the sewer line. It's going to figure, there are other components of
well,
what.
yeah, no, I'm not, yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
It's not lost on me, like, I understand that part.
I know you know that. I'm just saying, so we're all on the same page, that's a stepping stone. To be a general contractor with a prefab builder
Yes.
is a different thing than being a general contractor with where you're building on site. So there's a series of choices here about the range of engagement, And at every level, if it's done well and there's enough scale and it's thoughtfully planned, we could probably save money at every level. Not in every case. We've talked about this on the Lawson Place project. We don't have enough units right now that it makes sense for us to have in-house building maintenance at this level. If you get up to have enough, then the economy of scale starts to get there. So these things are all interconnected, basically. There's a series of choices along the way that we could make.
Yeah.
You're getting
Yeah, yeah.
input on your question? I mean,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's like, there's openness, I think, but
Yeah.
we also acknowledge there's gonna be some
Yeah, and it's
There's, like-
specific to the type of build we decide
total,
or we're interested in.
yeah.
Okay. Any last thoughts for now?
So the last, I guess, on the village-led housing initiative. So in terms of all of our other property, think about the Railroad Street lot, the Corey and President,
Yeah.
some of the various. If I'm understanding correctly, we're basically right now saying our staff and council energy is going toward thinking about how to do development on Glass Farm. It doesn't mean that we're never going to be interested in these other properties or what to do about them, but that we have a limited amount of resources, and right now, focus on Glass Farm and no expectation that things are moving on other projects. Is that a fair summary?
I would say yes.
So I just want to, so we're all clear that if anything, if we want to think about other projects right now, that would require something new. Right now, we're just, hunker down, figure out Glass Farm. Cool, sounds good. I just want to make sure.
And to my previous point, I think the community, and we have different people who have been here for different amounts of time, is really like, I think there's interest in knowing how that decision came to be. And, as a average resident, it will be very hard to go into Clerkbase and pull up all the materials that explain that narrative. But maybe there are other ways in which we can, we can review that and contextualize how we got to this decision, right? Because I think that Ann Arbor, that table for me of what the Housing Commission has done is we've done that work at various points of looking at all the properties and saying why this is best suited.
And just to say, for anybody who's listening or whatever, the short version is scale, right? That's where there's the most open and control, right? It's municipally owned. There's infrastructure that's stubbed to it, and there's the largest amount of space where you can try to answer. We were talking about the senior thing. We might not really answer every question there, but we can answer some because there's some room over there. In a way that we're only going to be able to do so much on the Railroad Street lot because it's just a small lot.
I would say, to go back to Angie's point, there's different reasons for different areas, right? Corey Street, we just now received the deed back. So that was off the table until this year. But there is also infrastructure that would have to be relocated. Railroad Street, until 2020, had a storm line that went through it that was a major issue. We got it fixed. But it's still in the middle of the lot, and you got major electrical components that would have to be relocated, so that one's checked that one off the box. The Glass Farm has been now 12 years of, hey, we've always wanted to have development on it, so anything that we have in that area for infrastructure, being the solar was the first thing we put out there, we had the foresight to run electric conduits underneath the solar field to stub into what is now Springs Meadow 1 and 2. But at the same time, when we developed or had the development of Springs Meadows, we're like, hey, we know that we want to develop Glass Farm, so we stubbed infrastructure towards Glass Farm. We upsized the water line to make the loop completion on King Street. So that is where staff is focused, because that has been a focus for the community. So those are those three lots. Those are the ones that are available. All the other ones are parks.
Okay, well, we're gonna move into goal 3, strengthening policies and tools for rental housing management, and we'll pass it to Stephanie.
All right. So, I mean, I think we all kind of agreed that it was a priority, or is a priority, to take a look at these things. I have started working on the town hall stuff. Don't have a date, but I have a handful of people that are signed on to it. I've asked the McKee Association to host it, moderate it. She hasn't gotten back to me. She wanted to present, I sent her like a official kind of outline of what we're gonna do that she could present to them to get the okay, but she thinks it's probably good to go on that part. So I guess I'll just start there. Does anybody have any thoughts about the town hall? Or, you know, do we wanna talk about the other things first? You know, because those are the things I guess we'll talk about at the town hall. But I assume everyone is on board with that idea of, you know, opening that conversation up wide with the community.
I'll just say, once you have a date, I can put it in that timeline that I'm working on so it doesn't conflict
Okay.
with the other housing conversations.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was really just kind of waiting for that, for sure, okay from the McKee Association before we put actual date in.
I'll say I'm totally good with it. I read it as like you were gonna do it,
Yeah.
which is like also totally fine. Like I don't think
Oh, as in
Me-
like I would moderate it?
or that you were helping pull it together. Meaning like
yeah.
we don't have. I guess I just want to say we don't have to have a majority of council agree for any one person on council to say I want to hold a town hall about something. Right?
Ideally, I like to.
Yes,
You know.
yes, you do.
Sorry, I'm just saying. If Stephanie, why?
Well, to Stephanie taking the reins and
yeah.
going that direction after council has said, yes, this is a priority, yes, this is the conversation that we want to have in the community, go Stephanie, yes. But we have certainly had issues with council folks in the past just running down a road without having gathered, you know, information and approval from the rest of council first, and that
But
it
just
creates problems.
But just to be clear, if it's a council event, then there needs to be buy-in. But like, if I want to have tell people, hey, I'm gonna host a conversation about this issue. We don't have to each get approved. We don't have to all get
I
approval.
wouldn't
from
call
each
it a
other,
town
right?
hall. I'd say, come over to my house for a potluck and we're gonna talk about a thing, but
Okay,
no, it's not a town hall. I mean, truly, because there is a really different perception on the part of the community
Okay.
about what is going to happen imminently if you hold certain kinds of events, so you just do have to be
An
careful about
example
that.
is, you know, there have been examples where I've been addressed directly on the dais, and I'm like, nope, it's this, when five become one.
Yeah.
Wow. It's beautiful. Cheery thoughts.
We grow so much every day.
So good.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I mean,
anyway,
I would
I'm-
like to, I mean, and I, you know, we talked about it before.
Yeah.
And no one said, don't do that, you know. But I would like, you know, everyone to at least
Yeah.
say, okay, you know.
I'm particularly interested really quickly about
Yeah.
the legal aid, so that's good.
Yeah.
So landlord-tenant rights, that's really
Yeah,
important.
and I've worked with Deb Levy, she's the head of ABLE.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been great. She's connected me with lots of people.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah, yeah.
To have that, that's really important.
Yeah, she's been a nice shortcut to the front of the line at a lot of desks, so, yeah.
We like
it's
that.
been- Yeah, it's been really great. I don't think, she may come herself, she's come and helped Yellow Springs with other things in the past. But at least someone from that office will be here, yeah, for it.
Well, and I would just, and I know, sorry, Nia, to just, give you a lot of work. But one of the things that she and I talked about is that she's got a good amount of experience in implementing some of these things and a notion about what kind of timeline, legislation, changes need to happen before you can do certain things. And it's a little bit eye-opening. It was eye-opening to me on certain subjects that, oh, that looks like it's a 2 or 3 year process once you get some buy-in, and just to maybe have that, make sure Nia's in the room for that conversation.
We've had a meeting already.
Awesome.
And yeah, she's my staff person to be
She's
on
in
the
the
panel.
room.
Yeah, she's in the room.
Cool.
She's on the stage, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
awesome.
super, it's just an extra bonus that she has done this in Riverside, you know, already. Yeah.
I think what's beneficial is Stephanie's proposing a phased approach and kicking it off with this community conversation. Because I definitely know there's going to be, just from experience,
Yeah.
definitely some various viewpoints.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and they're all important, you know, I think they're all important to
Yeah.
be in the conversation, so, yeah, I think we expect that anyhow. But yeah, and speaking to you, say, yeah, looking at the processes, different parts of it, you know, can be done, you know, within a few months, and some of that, you know, the end goal is 2 or 3 years from now, you know,
Yeah.
but my goal is to start now, you know.
The
Yeah.
conversation going.
Yeah, start, you know. And then I have a survey. I didn't put a copy of it in there, in the packet, but I can share it for everyone to see. A lot of communities start with that, doing a survey, which is a long process. But I started that, with Athens as an example that's done that before. And they reached out to me through the Community Foundation, because they were working on that type of thing, or they have been working on that type of thing. They're now in the phase of looking back, you know, at this data from this survey that came in. They didn't do that at first. They didn't start with the community input. So that's one thing I've learned, that we want to start that way. And then, you know, different survey for tenants versus landlords. Again, I keep trying to stress that none of this process is to demonize landlords in any sort of way. We have every type of landlord and every type of tenant, you know. And so I want to make sure that they're all in step with us, you know, with the process, or staying up to date with, you know, with us as we go through the process. But, you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, I can move on to where, you know, the rental registry, if we want to move on to that, if we're, you know, cool with opening that conversation with the town hall. Does anybody have thoughts on, you know, how you feel about rental registries, you know, after looking at that? It's really common for communities. It's, and we're a small community, so we don't have a lot of things that other ones do, but it was not hard at all to find, you know, people to talk to about rental registries. And the inspection process, which goes along with some of those, but some communities don't require a license and inspection first. Just get the, you know, the initial step, just like, let's just figure out what's going on out here, you know, who's renting, you know. And that's, I think it works on both ends. We're protecting tenants and landlords when we know what's going on. So, you know, anybody want to have any thoughts about anything, you know? Thoughts on, you know, whether you think a inspection is necessary with the registry, you know, to begin with, or just beginning with the registry. And that's, the chart outlines like kind of communities, whether or not they require a license, or if they're just getting the registry, whether or not they have fees, kind of how those are outlined. And again, trying to find the right size model that fits us, because I couldn't find a community that, you know, in size comparable, you know, that they're not doing that. But I like to think we're progressive when we do things like this.
I do like the idea personally of starting with the registry first.
Yeah.
And then, you know, make add-ons. You know,
Yeah.
if we find that we're down the road and we want to add the inspection aspect or anything else, but starting initially with that registry is a really good idea.
Yeah. And I don't think that's if we're not charging people to do that, we're not requiring an inspection, I think then that's a gentler way to start that process.
Yeah, I think I agree with Carmen. When I was reading things through, I thought my initial instinct, I could be convinced otherwise, was start a registry. Also, give people a heads up. Like I think we want to move to inspections eventually.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have a problem that's
I think we
built
do
up
too.
over time, that we haven't done enough proactive inspection. I don't think we need to like turn that on at the beginning, but I think this is kind of like the, hey, You know, e-check is coming in some years, you know, start paying attention.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so
I
think-
also, I think we're not, I'd like to, you know, step into later, like knowing what is our process, you know, for code enforcement. I think we need to look at that also. But yeah, I don't think we should start that way. But I think they're related. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to start this process if there's not a goal to make it better. Just finding out, you know, who lives where, the information is important, but if we're not then acting with that, solving issues with that information, then there's not a whole lot of point in gathering it in the first place.
I know there is part of the things that you touched on in here is like the importance of education.
Yeah.
And that's something that could be done right away.
Mhm.
I know I spoke to Elise about this, but putting information about legal aid or, you know, both landlord and tenant rights on the new website when that gets done is a good first step and a low-cost one. That can be done in the meantime while the goals are teased out, the community input is gathered, and figuring all of this out. That is one suggestion that we've chatted about.
Yeah, and I think it's an important part of it, the education part and the mediation part that I talk about. Like the city of Dayton, one of the biggest things their mediation deals with is evictions. It's the number one thing that people reach out to them for, and other rental issues. Evictions being number one, and other rental issues right there underneath it. So it's the number one thing that they deal with, you know. So I think, and it's proven to be a great tool on both sides for landlords and for tenants to have that mediation there before legal action is taken and things like that. So those are, to me, that kind of goes along, that's in the town hall part, like just start this whole education conversation part. And, you know, yeah, actually making, you know, printable material that we can hand out to people and that's available. It's not something that has been readily available. I know Home Inc. now has some things up on their website and has some links. And so that now they are referencing local ordinances and things like that. So that's good. It's starting to trickle out there, but you know, information's not as easy to come by. So I think that is important too. But thanks for reminding me about that.
Yeah, I've been in
I
a,
skipped over that.
I think as these topics are starting to, you know, bubble up in the community at large, I was in a conversation with young people in their 20s, and you know, they are not checking the village website for information,
Right.
but that group, like, there was not consensus or like, you know, yeah, about what their rights were.
Yeah.
And so for me, that was like kind of a signal that there's work to be done there of this is information that applies to anyone of any age, no matter if you've been here 2 months or you've been here 25 years. And so like there's like, I really appreciate Nia saying that, because that is something that I think has been missing in the community, and it's something that can be worked on immediately. And the community organizing piece of it is like, it can spread as long as we make that initial information available, there's agreement, and everybody has a source that they can go back to.
Yeah, I mean, it's often the best preventative measure of problems. And, you know, it's just people knowing education. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah. I mean, I guess, and then a practical sense of, you know, like, you know, how do we, like, what are your thoughts on how we work on that, you know? I have a huge collection of things anytime I'd ask for, you know, talk to someone and they send me all their information. So I have, you know, a printed envelope of tons of stuff of what communities put out, what they hand out. Here's our tenant landlord guide that's specific to our code and things like that, which are, you know, that's why these kind of things kind of go hand in hand. But, you know, like the specific thing. So, you know, like, where do we start with that, or where do you guys envision that starting, I guess, if we talk about that. And
I mean,
it's not something I'm trying to put on the two of them, you know, and say, okay, make us a brochure, you know, type of thing. You know, but it's a practical thing that, you know, that we need to be done. If we want to put that on staff, or else I kept trying to not put a lot of stuff on staff, because some of these things aren't, you know, we're not making policies, we're not doing things like that, and if we, I just kind of go back to that subcommittee format, if there's something like that we can do. You know, to help with those things with, you know, with a person of staff, of course, and, you know, checks and balances on, you know, this is what we want to do, yeah, this makes sense, and then bring it back, you know, to say we came up with these materials, you know, if you guys like them. Or,
Yeah, I think for me, what I've heard, you know, the last retreat and this retreat, is we need somebody that is gonna be dedicated to every part of the housing. Because Lisa's got her plate full, Naya's here, she's great, she's doing good things, but now we're adding more things, and it's always that bottom line that says other duties assigned that makes you here until 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, or the stuff that we gotta turn over. So the more we add to the housing, I think we should look at trying to find if we need to reach out and find a housing expert that would maybe fall under Naya or fall under Elise or myself, that could be that person to be able to help. One place, stop shop, anything with housing is this person. So,
I think that before we start talking about adding capacity, we figure out what exactly what it is that we want to do. Because, I mean, it's like in the restaurant,
correct.
you're in the weeds, and there's stuff going on, and there's shiny objects everywhere, and
Right.
nobody's getting their food, nothing's getting done. So I think before we start, I don't even know why I said that, but before we start.
I was totally with you.
Yeah, right. Look, are we in the
Ideas.
weeds? No, but before we start talking about adding capacity, we need to figure out exactly what it is that we want. Now, I know that you have experience with this. And so when we start talking about a brochure, or start talking about, you know, physical materials, because people need that. This doesn't work for everybody.
right.
We can talk about the town hall, we can talk about the materials that we're gonna use, compiling the information that you have from other municipalities and other models, and putting it into a Yellow Springs brochure. And then, you know, what that's gonna look like, and then, but, you know, there are some things, I just don't feel comfortable talking about adding capacity right now. Until we, you know, get more granular on what it is that we want.
I'll agree with that, but I will also say that if we're talking about growth, you know, staff has to grow a little, you know, if we're adding, all of the things that we're talking about, you know, we're adding tasks to somebody, and not saying that we need to, you know, say, yeah, we should be hiring someone, or we should be doing this, or whatever at this moment, but I definitely think we need to think about that.
Yes.
Yeah, if
But
we're gonna grow, then
when we
staff
know
has to
what
grow,
to do.
yeah.
As far as information on the website, and all that, that's stuff that we can handle.
Oh, no, yeah, I
But
don't
I'll
wanna,
even go back to the TGLs, you know, we made that application. Well, that takes time for collecting payments, finding applications, taking all the complaints. So when we do put that on the website, now who are we directing that to when people start calling to complain and hey, I need more information?
and I'm
We
not,
gotta
like
have
I said,
that
I'm
process.
not anti
Oh, I'm with you.
adding capacity, I'm not.
Right.
And, you know, that is a conversation that needs to happen. I don't know if it needs to happen now.
Right.
But I just want to put that out there too. I'm not anti-capacity, but I am 100% for really getting very honed in and specifying exactly what it is that we want, and quite frankly, what we have the political will for.
True. Well, I'll say, like, you know, well, we have things right now, and that's why I say, like, I want to do these things, you know, I want to make this brochure, you know, like, I'll sit down on my computer and start working on it tomorrow, you know. And I'll do these things, but, you know, I think having a, you know, coming up with some small group of people or something,
Yeah.
you know, to help, you know.
Or just bounce stuff off of, like, okay, here, I've made this
Yeah.
thing, is this thing, Judy, Naya,
Yeah.
is this thing gonna work as far as our code?
Yeah, and I,
Here's the
yeah, 'cause
thing,
that's
yeah.
what I've been doing with people who don't live here, you know, people not in this room. And I would like to do that with more people in the room and people that are,
Right.
you know, or people that live here, you know, or the professionals in the town, you know, things like that. Similar, I guess, to, you know, if I want to look at the model I have, or my, you know, my goal for the town hall panel, you know, is a group of people similar to that, you know, that, you know, can start putting input on this or.
Did you,
Yeah, Just to say, it seemed to me like you got a pretty good idea, you know, you got a timeline and some steps and phasing, and it
Right.
seemed like you had a lot of pieces. I think there's like this delicate balance of, don't go as far as, if you have the capacity and the interest, go for it. You know, if you could do a thing that staff would have to do otherwise, and you go for it. Just get input and communication along the way so that you don't get to the end and then it's like frustrating because you've done this thing and it's so different from what's possible.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean there has to be like a committee for everything and 5 people meeting about every. I guess my takeaway from reading what you read was, you got a pretty good idea of how you want to go with this. Keep getting some, and then staff should speak up if you're like, hey, here's a point, here's a pain point, here's a portion of this where I think there might be some challenges. Well, then meet about that. But you don't need to meet about every single other part of the process. Right?
I mean, I feel that way, yeah. You know, I feel like there's enough models out there, you know, and that's why, you know, we're not reinventing the wheel, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of models out there to go by, and it's just, you know, finding what's gonna fit for us. And I think I have some pretty good direction with the people that I do have, you know, as resources for me. So, I'm all for that.
Sorry, I just want to acknowledge that we were ahead on some other topics. I saw people came in to participate in the 145 section. So I just wanted for us to take a moment, thank you everyone for being here, just to give a summary of what we've been talking about and related to rental housing, which is a great way for us to recap what we've talked about so far anyways. So we actually started with talking about the town hall models. Stephanie is working with the McKee Association, correct, to look
Well,
at.
as soon as she gets the okay back, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
in setting up a town hall at the end of July. And there's some other parts of gathering community input through the survey, correct?
Yeah.
And working with other groups in town. Is that was essentially the summary about town hall? Is there anything else I missed for the recap? Okay, and then we talked about rental registries in terms of, at this point, everyone being supportive of it on the basic level of collecting data. We want to, for the benefit of everybody involved, landlords and tenants, to have information. But that, given the history of deferred maintenance, there is an interest in working towards some type of mechanism for enforcement. Which I think we're going to talk about more right now. I think we're kind of going in that order. And that there are a lot of models of how to do renter registries. Stephanie has done a lot of research, and the question for us is, what is the right one given our size and scale? But generally that there's lots of examples, and that Naya has done this work in Riverside, so is bringing a lot of expertise and experience. Okay, anything else that I missed? Okay, so I cut you off, so continue.
No, my ask is, I know I had mentioned before, when you find out the town hall, just to put in that timeline. But going back to what the actual question, is this going to be part of that housing timeline, or is that something completely separate when I'm talking about the RFQ or any of the other conversations around these initiatives of the Glass Farm or some of the other items that were talked about today and getting that community input? Is it all together?
I was hearing them as separate.
I do too.
Yeah, and I think just, and to connect that, to the reason I brought up the like, we can host meetings thing, is that I think we have tended to be, everything come through here at council meetings, and I think part of what I'm hearing is like a, let's open up dialogue more often, and so it doesn't all have to wait until the end. Start, if we identify a thing that we want to start talking about, let's create space to talk about it without waiting until we're too far down the road to get more, create more space for input. So anyway, these things are happening concurrently, not, we don't have to wait for one to get to the other.
To return to the, to return to the town hall, and, you know, the thought came after what Gavin just said, is like, you know, there has been this, like everything related to housing, it's sensitive and it's people's real lives, and so, in terms of landlords and tenants. So what has the thought process been of how in a town hall, I mean, the survey being one, like how are we capturing the thoughts and experiences of people who don't want to be public about it? Is the survey the main format?
Yeah, because you know, and that's I've discussed with other communities who've done the survey, whether it was anonymous or not. But the survey's not invasive. It's not a throw your landlord under the bus type of survey. It's really just it's gathering some demographics, you know, and some information. But I think that part of opening this conversation up is helping figure out what the community, what process do they need for airing, you know, grievances or things, you know, and that kind of goes, you know, to the next part of code enforcement, like what is our process if someone says, you know, I live here and this is bad, who are they going to in this town, you know, in Yellow Springs, who are they going to, you know, and then what happens, you know, after they do that. And so I think that, you know, finding out how to reach those people is part of what the town hall will be, I think, in that survey, you know, see where the gaps are. I mean, that's a great question, yeah, for people that don't. One of the problems with rental housing is people being afraid to say something and, you know, cause a problem and lose their housing, you know, because of that. And I would say same thing for landlords, you know, if they're seen in a certain way, you know, then it's gonna be harder for them to rent their properties and things. But that's a good question, you know, and of course I'm open to if you have other ideas on how that could be done. Yeah.
Is it okay to just like get input, I guess, especially from staff on like, does this happen much now? Like, do people reach out to the Capital V Village about issues with rental housing? Is that like a thing that happens?
And other organizations as well. Yeah,
Okay.
outside of Lawson Place too, like because we are the people that they have to
Yeah.
go to for sure.
Yeah.
And I will say, everyone I've spoken to at Lawson Place is pleased with their response, what's going on over there. I haven't had anyone, and people tell me stuff, you know, and I haven't had anyone say negative things about Lawson Place. They like what's going on, like the model, you know. One person was like, yeah, you know, it took a couple days longer than I thought, but it's, you know, but everything is great, so, you know. So the response to that stuff, what's going on at Lawson Place, here people have issues. Apparently we're doing it right, so, you know, you might have some input into, you know, how that can apply otherwise to properties that we don't own, you know. So, and I think on paper, you are the code enforcement officer, so, yeah. As if you needed another title under your name, but yeah,
Right.
but yeah, everything, you are that person that goes back to. You know, and we don't have a code enforcement department, we don't have a housing department. So I think, I'm curious also to know, but I think that the community, I think it will be helpful for them to know and feel more confident in using a process if they know what the process is as well. But, so that's where I think code enforcement, you know, is a later conversation, but it's still relevant, you know.
Do you get calls right now? Like, is it like once a year, like very rarely, or is it?
In my 12 years, I can tell you, I can remember two. One was with Meg and one was with Denise. And actually, Denise, it was a house that was vacant and they couldn't get the people out. And then another one was with Meg and it was, she had mold in her house and we directed her to the health department.
Okay.
That's it.
So I want to speak to something that Stephanie stated when I was coming in, and, you know, as I sat down, about people who are in rental situations, who are tenants, having a little bit of trepidation towards speaking about it at all. Especially, I mean, it's difficult, and especially with kind of how easily it is to become housing insecure. Even here.
Very.
And, right, yeah, and so, I think that the town hall will kind of help address that. So you guys haven't had anybody come to you, and that's great, and also, we have to think about the reasons why.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not a comfortable place to be when you're housing insecure. So did it make it to the
Totally.
capital V? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. But is it happening? Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder, like, what is Florence here, you know? Like, what is she hearing?
Yeah,
That's,
that's
if
good.
it comes to the village, that's the number they're gonna call, you know?
Yeah.
Or they're gonna reach out to Home Inc. or Community Foundation or something else also. So I guess, you know, kind of an afterthought, like this conversation is making me think, yeah, what, yeah.
Well,
Questioning, you know, asking them, what are they hearing, you know? When people come to them, what are they hearing also?
yeah, no, this certainly wasn't the assumption, this is the end all of what's working. I'm just
Sure,
like, that's
yeah.
one data point of like, how often are we hearing?
Yeah.
The other side of the, the other data point on code enforcement, this topic of code enforcement, because I think you're trying to get like input on what's the
Yeah.
appetite of council around code. So,
Yeah.
we kind of connecting the dots to rental registry. I guess, I think the Hawthorne fire was probably the most significant event where there was a moment where you're like, man, it really feels like we should be doing something. It really feels like there should be some kind of code enforcement, some kind of proactive effort to catch things. And given that we have so much old housing stock, it doesn't feel like it's going to get any better. So it's sort of like I said with the rental registry, I'm just, my initial temperature check is not like, let's start doing it immediately, but that we should start preparing for, hey, we want to start at least in, and I think there'd be many different ways to approach it, but at least in larger, settings where there's more units, for example. That seems like an easy stepping stone. Not easy, but it would be a stepping stone that would be obvious, would be multi-unit buildings compared to single, family units. So anyway, just naming that I have an appetite and interest because particularly having seen what happened with Hawthorne, it's like that, I don't want that to happen again on my watch, on our watch. I'd like us to take some steps to address these issues.
I think we have other examples also since then that, with properties changing hands and conditions coming to light,
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, even downtown. So.
I can go back to the one with Denise now that you brought up that particular property. The issue is the renters were telling us that they was paying for security lights and stuff. The problem we have is the village and as the building department, and at that time it was Greene County, now it's NIC. We cannot step foot on their property without their permission. So we could drive around the buildings, but we could not step on their property, nor would the landlords give us permission to step on their property. Same way with some of the buildings downtown and other ones that are changing hands. Them property owners would not even allow inspections because inspections lead to more problems and more upkeep. So code enforcement and stuff like that, you can mandate it, but what you're going to wind up doing, I believe, is you're going to wind up getting people unhoused because the landlords don't want to comply, and then you're going to have houses for sale all over the village. So I just want to make it perfectly clear, we as the village cannot step foot
Oh, for sure.
to inspect. If it's an emergency, power line down, water main break, whatever, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't go onto somebody else's property, private property to do inspections.
Can
And
you
there's,
repeat, I just didn't understand, what was the part about NBC?
NIC?
NIC, sorry, the inspection company that we use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they literally cannot go onto somebody else's property. Even if I'm there, I cannot go onto the property.
But are you saying,
How does it work right now with them?
We have to have the homeowner's property permission to go onto the property and inspect, if there's a reason.
Okay.
and you're saying there's almost never a reason?
Never.
But like when I saw in your table, there's obviously places that do proactive, like they, do annual inspections. So is that like it's not in our code currently, but it could update? Or are you saying you think that it's?
I would have to look at the ones that Stephanie has put together.
Yeah.
If it's a municipality and it's an owned municipality building, we can walk in anytime we
Yeah.
need to. So I would have to see, and I know City of Kettering, if you sell a house in the City of Kettering, they make you camera your sewer lines. Well, that's only adding to the cost, of selling your house or doing things. So I would have to really dig in to see what we would be allowed to do to walk on.
so what some places, and that's a problem that some towns have run into. Specifically Springfield talked to me about that, and I don't,
Yeah, we talked about
getting a smack on the hand for trying to do things and go in when they weren't supposed to. So some municipalities, that's where the license comes into play, like if the rental registry can graduate into, it's a license required, and to get that license, there must be an inspection. So that's how some places are getting around it, or complaint-based inspections where they're required. If there's we can't just go look for fun, but we've gotten these complaints, So there's ways that and that's another, another part of that process is figuring out what fits. That's why it's great to have you, for us, and because you've done this.
Can you tell us a little bit about
Yeah.
what your experience has been?
So, Riverside only has an exterior property maintenance code, and all building inspections are done by Montgomery County. Now, if there was an incident, they could step on the property, however, they avoided that at most costs. And if it was observed from the street, that is where they did their inspections. In regards to rental registration, they only inspect the property if there was an open violation when the person registered their property or properties. What they did in lieu of that is they worked with the county's building official and our fire chief to come up with a tenant safety review. So that was that education piece where there was a whole number of items that the tenant and the landlord review together and submit back to the city that they had reviewed it, both had signed off. Now, it wasn't saying that they had to be fixed, but that they were aware that those items had to be according to code, whether it was the fire code or the building code, and submit that with the registration. And they're working on a good landlord program, which could be reduced registration fees, an extended registration time. Instead of doing it every 2 years, you could be extended to 5. So it behooved them to make sure that their property was up to standards.
Can you speak to that fee though, for Riverside, if I'm reading this correctly?
Yeah.
It's $75 a unit and $1,200 per property.
Well, up
So-
to, that's the cap.
Yeah, they have a
That's the
cap. So there was different fees for like if you have a single family detached, and then if you have, there's different fees for units as well. Then the larger multifamily, then it was smaller, like the 25 per unit with a cap. And that was done after looking at other communities, pivoting and adjusting the fees. And that was a
And the
3-year
fees
process.
are everywhere. Like, some people have high fees, some people have no fee just to get people to do it.
Yeah.
So it's that, the fees come down to,
Yeah. and
what cost
so-
are we trying to cover, or do we want to incentivize it by having no fee, or like.
Yeah, and those
I like
costs-
the model of you know, if you do these things, then your fee is less, or you can bypass a fee or something, you know.
But just so I make sure I have the general temperature, we're somewhere between do nothing, which is
Kind of what we do now.
what we do now, right? And a series of what would feel like onerous sets of expectations that would lead to the example you said of people stop renting their properties, they all sell them. So what we're trying to find is somewhere in between. There's a general I think I'm hearing from this council, I don't want to speak for staff, but I think I've heard from this council, a desire to do more than nothing. I can't imagine any of us want to do something so onerous as that it is going to lead to the disastrous outcome that you mentioned. And so we're just trying to figure out how to find a balance where we can avoid really terrible things happening that nobody would, I don't think anyone would say they want to happen.
Right.
So we're acknowledging we want to do something, but we're trying to figure out how much, right?
And that's part of why we had that long 3 year, we had community conversations, we had open houses, we talked to landlords, we talked to tenants.
Yeah.
So it really helped to have that time to just pause. And yes, it sounds like 3 years was a long time, but there was times that we had something adopted, like wait a second, or not adopted, but getting close and like, wait, let's pivot again after this conversation with this group, because they brought something to our attention that we, didn't think about.
That's really important, especially considering, when we talk about, disrepair versus someone not having a place to live, which is a reality.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so 3 years, and if we can get it right, 3 years to get it right is what we want to move toward, or
Well, and there's people, communities that have had it going on for 10 years, and they're still learning things
Sure.
from the process, because, things change.
So the next question I have is, are we only talking residential or are we talking commercial? So are we talking downtown?
Don't do
Residential,
commercial.
yeah.
I strongly
Housing.
advise the kids to do
Yeah.
commercial.
We're in a housing
And
conversation.
the reason why I'm
Yeah,
asking
it's a
is,
good question,
we have
yeah.
residential above the commercial buildings.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are we doing one, or are we doing both, or we're not concerned about
Yeah.
Yeah, can you
commercial
speak to that?
people?
Can you speak
I
to
thought a
that?
lot about that. Yeah.
Oh, my heart. So we had considered doing both commercial and a residential registration, and definitely moved completely away from the commercial registration. One, because most of them we found were in compliance, and they were willing to come to willing to come to us, have those conversations. We had already built those relationships. It was most of those out-of-town landlords who were buying up the residential properties who were most of the issue we were trying to build those relationships with, and we couldn't get a hold of them. I mean, there was one that was in Canada that we just now kept getting returned. So that was the true focus that we needed to focus, and putting commercial it just muddied the water, and added more numbers to what staff could really handle. That's another reason why we had the checklist and did the inspections that way, because we were being cognizant of our capacity. There was 4
So I'll say I read it feels like there's this phase. I just assumed that the rental registry sort of pieces, I can't remember exactly how long, but it was like over the course of a couple of years, we're sort of phasing these things in.
About a year for the registry, if there's,
And maybe I was adding the
Yeah.
next year as like, then maybe they're starting to do something with the data you're finding. And then so this idea of in the 3 to 5 year range, you're building in enforcement components, that feels like it could make sense.
yeah,
It seems like we're easing in.
yeah.
We're gonna try to find a balance. We don't wanna do nothing, because there are some really bad outcomes that happen when we do nothing. But we don't wanna go so far or so fast as to have it be onerous for folks. And I think we can find a balance in between that's healthy.
I think Johnny just brings up a valid point. I mean, both in terms of the commercial and the residential overlap, same landlords.
Yeah.
And we've seen the outcome of deferred maintenance on commercial and rental properties. So I mean, I think it's worth, like in our specific case, it is a problem. And I think it's okay to also say, like, this is the housing retreat, we're focused on housing. And that is that is a consideration of a separate problem or issue, but,
Oh, don't you
I don't
worry,
think
don't
it
you?
is.
It's
I know,
coming,
but
it's
I'm-
coming. I said, don't you worry, it's already, I think
Yeah.
it's a,
Yeah,
it's coming.
You have 36 rental units above commercial properties.
Yeah.
Where do they fall into this?
yeah.
It's
Right.
rental, they're
There, it's
rental.
a, well, it's a house, it's rental
Yeah, those
houses.
are
But you're
residential.
saying,
So-
the other
Right.
businesses that rent
Right.
their storefront, we are not talking about.
And I see your point, we're gonna look at their apartment but not look at their.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
I get that,
You could
but this
do- you could
opens
get
that up,
everything-
you
You can
know?
get everything okay at the first floor, but
Yeah.
if you're concerned about the safety, you better look at the ground, you better look at your own home front before you look
Yeah.
at somebody else's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, totally, I agree.
Okay.
And there was a,
Did you experience that? The
um,
overlap of commercial and residential?
not a lot of it. There were some that were non-conforming, or they just, weekend warriors 20, 30 years ago that just built a unit in some commercial. So who knows what was there? But we spent some time building those relationships with the fire department and the building department too, because there had not been annual inspections in years. So getting back to getting routine, and I know he's there now, Chief Miller has tried to build his own capacity with very limited staff to train his team up so that anybody can do inspections in Riverside, not just him. And eventually they did hire a person to just be an inspector.
I mean, I'm not against this resulting in that that conversation getting bigger also, yeah. So,
It's a real thing.
So do we wanna, is getting something, say, how, or are we just gonna say we don't really have a code enforcement process, or do we wanna, waste time on trying to figure out what that is right now? Or do we just wanna think about where we start, or not, or just, like bookmark this and let's just see how the registry goes and wait to continue that code enforcement conversation, or?
I think it's just my suggestion.
Mhm.
It's good to start with that community conversation
Yes,
first.
for sure.
And then probably Q1 of '27, start looking into code enforcement. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, and that's kind of,
And you have that
just,
later.
yeah, it's kind of how I look at it also, that it's a later thing, but just it be on our radar.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. I would put myself in the camp of like totally open to hearing ideas if there's something that should happen sooner, but that this is probably gonna be like start a conversation, do lots of listening, gonna take some time. The no or low fee registration to start getting a handle on what's going on in the market feels like a smooth, like a good starting place. That feels healthy.
Okay, last thoughts? Anything else from you, Stephanie?
No, I mean, I'm just gonna kind of continue, with getting the town hall set up and of course keeping everybody updated. When I have a date on that, I think I will in the next week, have a date for that.
And then, can you send around that survey?
Yeah,
I think
and
the
there's
line
two
for
of
me.
them. There's-
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's two, but yes, yeah. Yeah,
I think
I don't feel comfortable sending that out unless someone else looks at it anyhow.
Yeah, let's get some input. I think that's where also, I think when I read all this through the lens of, well, Stephanie's gonna do it with just you, I'm like, okay, well, cool. If our name is on it, if we're the body here, then I'd like to review stuff so that it feels like
Absolutely.
it's,
Yeah.
keeping it what we want, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can just send stuff to Judy and then Judy can send it out to all of us to give any
Excellent.
input? Is that, cool, okay.
Great, okay, so we're gonna do 15-minute break, is that okay? So we'll come back, 25, 26?
Cool.
Did you see Michelle's picture?
You just text.
And just fair warning, I think the camera's still running, right? So just, oh, where he comes back, maybe a camera pause it, okay.
Oh, I know, okay.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, so it is 2:31. We just had our break. We're about 15 minutes ahead. So we're going to go into goal number 4 right now, prioritizing environmental sustainability and energy efficiency into housing-related decisions. We already kind of kick-started that conversation earlier
did.
this afternoon. Carmen, is there anything you want to add or?
There is,
Okay.
yeah, quite a bit. So I'm not gonna remove my coffee from the Keurig before it's done.
Here, I can stand next to your Keurig and bring it
That
to
would
you.
be a mess to make, so I'm not gonna do that. There was, I think that there was some zoning stuff that I wanted to kind of get into first that I did put in the document. Let me just find it. So there are a lot of incentives and kind of zoning recommendations for this type of housing and development. So because, because our amendments should, and development regulations should reward projects demonstrating measurable public benefit, which zero energy ready housing does. And it kind of addresses that one size fits all thing. What I was emphasizing during the first part of this conversation was that because we own the land, we can determine what goes onto it. So conceivably, it can be a mix of all the things that we've been talking about. And it offers a lot more flexibility. And then there's also, density bonuses for high performance housing, expedited review process, but not taking away the public process, of course. Reduced parking requirements is something that we can consider for these types of developments, because conservation development nods to not having or reducing the amount of parking required. So if you're close to, a bike path, or if you're close to a multimodal path, that's encouraged more. So there's a lot less, with this kind of building, since it does the least harm, there's a lot less, things that need to be, I don't want to say tweak with zoning, now I'm going into infrastructure, I want to do that. But cluster development is the best for conservation development. So larger areas that are completely untouched. So in traditional building or traditional construction, especially with major development like we see on kind of the west side of town, is that it's the slate is wiped clean, and then we build after we totally wipe the slate clean. In this case, the slate means habitat, it means grass, it means the tilt of the soil, it means kind of more taxing on our stormwater, because the soil is in layers and it's built over, years and years and years to accommodate what would ordinarily be runoff. So it's a stormwater runoff. So it's built to be less taxing on our infrastructure. This is a pretty extensive document, and I think that, we did get some letters from people that are concerned if they're able to get a hold of this document. A lot of the questions are answered in this document. A lot of the questions and concerns are answered with this document, with this type of development. We have people that are concerned about habitat loss. Well, with conservation development, and especially zero energy ready housing, the habitat loss it's not a thing because it addresses that through the development style. And Gavin, you said something earlier about prefab houses. So yeah, they are prefab in that they come ready to build. But, you know, we talk about these structured insulation panels that have R values through the roof that can withstand hurricane winds of, 150 miles an hour versus something that's traditionally built, but may not have the insulative properties, may not have it may not be structurally sound enough to survive a tornado. So it's, I think a lot of people, when they think prefab, there's a connotation regarding quality, regarding durability, regarding long-term livability, and energy efficiency that just doesn't exist anymore. It's, we're thinking about, even up through the 2010s, even up through the 2010s, the distance between the 2010s and now is worlds as far as quality construction, cost, availability, and accessible to people who have, people of a wider range of economic status.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you're just clear. I would literally meant it in the prefabricated,
Well,
and
yeah,
there are really, really high quality prefab products,
Right.
and there are really, really low quality prefab products, and there are really, really quality on-site builds, and and it's just a matter of which one to choose.
So what I'm saying this specifically, I'm addressing this specifically because I'm talking about zero energy ready housing,
Yeah.
and burgeoning on passive housing, dare I. So that's what I'm talking about specifically. I'm not just talking about and affordable zero energy ready housing.
Yeah. It reminds me, there's a great video I watched about that really inspired me, I think, and, last year when I was thinking about running, because there are these just incredible examples, a story that's very similar to Yellow Springs, and then, the concerns that have come up in terms of Glass Farm already, a lot of them were similar in this case study. And one of them was about the aesthetics of prefab, and people have these assumptions, and that there was a community engagement process with the neighbors that were right next to the development to say, these prefabricated homes come like this, but there are ways in which we can specialize it to fit into what they were looking for. So I do think that is part of, to go back, when we're saying community engagement and education. I think it is good to clarify that, or else people can hear a thing and then run with it.
Sure.
And not even understand, we're actually not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with that a lot in housing in general, right? So the slowing down and defining what things mean is worth doing.
So not one of the reasons, the reason why this document is so comprehensive is because it answers all of those questions. And gearing up to having, what I would like to have is WODA talk about their senior housing project. Did everybody read about that project?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And how when it came online, AES thought that it was broken. And HUD did a study and was like, wait a minute, it's so energy efficient that we thought the electricity was broken, malfunctioning to broken. And this is what we can look to. And so the community engagement thing is just like, ultimately what Environmental Commission would like to see is people like Sue Cosentini coming, people like Woda coming, people who are already doing this, already doing it, and that would be a town hall. And so the questions from our other community members would be addressed directly by experts, so that it wouldn't be like a personality thing, or wouldn't be like a you don't have all the information thing, or we don't think that staff knows what they're talking about thing, or we don't think that council knows what they're talking about thing, which I've seen it, and I don't want to go off in the weeds, but it's been so contentious. But if we had people who are actually doing the thing successfully, answering questions and concerns that the community may have about how did WODA make this an affordable housing development? How did Module, they did a thing in Cleveland, but they're in Pennsylvania, how did they do this so efficiently and so inexpensively, so that the people that we're trying to address, the ones that we say we're trying to address, I mean, on paper, are we about it? How did they do it so successful for those demographics, the people that we say that we're trying to build for? And like I've said, since 2022, there are other models, successful models all over the country. And yes, I think that Yellow Springs is very special. Don't get me wrong. But building houses, we can find other people who do it, and who are doing it well, and who are doing it efficiently, and who are doing it so that it's affordable, and we can follow those models. I just don't want to see us getting in our own way before we make forward, because I've seen over like the last 4 years such progress, and then 10 steps back, and then something becomes contentious, and so it's like, instead of just going with something, sticking to it, and making a decision. So I don't want to see that happen. So yes, community engagement. I do see a town hall type where we are not involved, and the experts can answer the questions that the community members have, and that way people have the absolute best, most current information. And I mean, I really don't have anything outside of this document, because I spent a lot of time on it, and it in my estimation, and people who have read it thoroughly, I think we could agree that it answers all the questions. Not all the questions, but at least the questions from community members that we've had, that have, the most recent emails.
So I guess my only main question is, just related to like the financing of like, I mean, I'm guessing that, a lot of this technology is in development, and what it means is that it can be more expensive, and so you're
in development for what do you mean in development?
Well, it's like all of it is incredible, and my knowledge of like passive houses, right? But it's because the triple pane glass for windows and doors.
It's two pane. It's VIG, vacuum insulated
Okay.
glass. It's so this is
it's just expensive. Like
it's.
Can I finish my description? Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
we rent a passive house, and my understanding from that is that because it's still in development, certain things are pricey because it hasn't been able to, take over large swaths of the market. So my question is just like your research, like Is that a barrier to entry, or do you not see that as being,
No, and
Insurmountable.
so you say in development, if you mean 20 years, you know, this technology has existed for at least the last 20 years. And so when we catch up to it, that's of no consequence. Woda Cooper, that is an affordable housing development. So the product, because it comes prefabricated, is less expensive generally than, and there's less site prep involved. It's less expensive than traditional builds in many instances. You know, not by much, but if you do it at scale, it is. And I mean, I know you read the, so Andrew Klein, he technically built the first passive house in the state of Ohio on Dayton Street, I think it's Dayton. But he got cheated out of it because somebody in Cleveland did it. And it was, that house was certified passive. It was done here first. He didn't have a door that was energy efficient enough for his standards. So the blower door test, he was like, you know what, this house is not as energy efficient as it could be. I'm gonna build a door because there's not one manufactured for me to use. That's the kind of innovation that we have in this town. So 20 years ago, yes, it would have been more expensive and unattainable. Not now. And I think that those kinds of thoughts around zero energy rate housing or passive housing can be addressed when we have people who have expertise, who have been in the game for 30 plus years. It can be addressed in that capacity.
I know land banks are looking into finding more green and sustainable housing to partner with developments, and I could find the information and send it out later, but I know there was a developer who spoke at the most recent Ohio Land Bank Conference who does that type of housing. What they do have the prefab in there. It may not be zero energy, but they are more energy efficient than the standard home.
Yeah.
And
They're
more
considered
affordable. Yes, because they are those modular homes that you are placing, they're on the chassis, they're, you know, ready to build. And they may have little designs, but they are made so that they are able to be put together quickly, and to make sure after they're constructed that the energy prices aren't going to cripple the resident once they move in.
Yeah, it's not the burden on, not burden.
Yeah.
There's less site prep, there's a lot of stuff going on.
So more people are trying to get into the game with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge piece of it, and I think it's almost hard to fathom until you see it, how significant, drastically significant the cost of utilities are, and especially what we know as the peak times, right? Peak of winter, peak of summer. Okay, great, we're right on time. Any follow-up, Carmen, next steps, or I think that idea is great in terms of getting Woda Cooper, having a representative come and be able to engage with the community. That's a great idea. If there's ever an opportunity for us to go there to Columbus to do a tour, I think I'd be interested.
Okay. Yeah, I think the next steps, I'm gonna take this back to Environmental Commission. And like I said, we've been in touch with a couple of people already, and as a commission, we're thinking about, hey, let's have people who are groups of experts come and talk about this thing. And I would just get with staff to get feedback on thoughts about how that could happen. And then timeline, I don't even know, like November, 20, timeline, like what? But yeah, so,
Part of that is working with them to see what they've got going on. I know we have, October Street
Oh my
Fair, then
gosh.
people are getting holidays and they're maybe going
Yeah.
off, so being cognizant of that as well. Oh, see, we're already,
right? Like back in the day, like back in the day, what, how many years ago? 16 years ago.
and then that could be recorded and put online, and then other people can still engage with it later.
Yeah, great.
Good ideas.
Okay, since you're already talking, we'll just pass it to Naya for looking at evaluating our zoning code in regards to our housing goals.
All right.
Very nice. Very impressive technology.
So, one of the things early on that seemed to be communicated from the comp plan and from this body was to take a look at our zoning code and regulations and even the comp plan itself and see how it helped us pave the pathway to this goal of affordable housing, to this goal of getting more energy efficient. And I even took that a step further, and I'm glad it came up, to allowing our residents to age in place. So I did a SWOT analysis with all those goals in mind and making sure that we have, continue to have diversity in our population as we continue to grow, as we're expected to, with bringing more units to the village. So the key question, as you can see here, is how does all this current development and our current framework either support the development of this fair, affordable, and efficient housing and making sure it's accessible? So I took a couple weeks to do that, and just wanted to take a step back and talk about the analysis that I did. So looking at what works well, the strengths, what barriers may exist within the code as it stands, the weaknesses, if there's opportunities for improvement within the code as it is now, and if there's actual threats or risks that may affect the future outcomes that we're looking for. If we're looking for zero energy housing, if we're looking for our residents to downsize, does our code prohibit that? So there is difference between these things. Some of these are internal factors, the strengths and weaknesses within the code, and then those other external forces, opportunities or threats. So those could be market factors, those could be things outside of us, like, hey, before we were dealing with an outside building, inspector. That's not the case now, but that would be an example of an outside factor. So looking at both the long-term land use policy or the comprehensive land use plan and the zoning code that we have right now, I identified a few of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I know this one's hard to read, but we're going to dig into all of them slide by slide. But I will highlight a few of the things that I think came up here in these conversations we've already had. Things like, hey, we want to look at infill development and redevelopment. We already have a few pieces of land that, the village already owns, and we manage our own infrastructure, so we know what that is. That's not an unknown factor, so that's actually a strength. Some of the weaknesses, we talked about, parking. We talked about, some of the approval processes that could be tightened up. Those are some of the weaknesses. But there's also opportunities in that. Can we have accessory dwelling units by right in the right context? Can we expand what a lot of people in the planning field call missing middle houses? So those are those fourplexes, those are those townhouses, or the pocket neighborhoods, or the cottage quarters, the cluster neighborhoods. Can those be expanded in our code and make it easier to get to that pathway? But there are threats that are outside of us that we definitely need to be aware of. The rising cost of construction and home prices and the limited land that we do have. So looking again at the context that we have the land use plan that was adopted, we have the housing needs study, that one is soon to be complete, and we have the infrastructure that is managed by the village. We also have the units that are coming or possibly in the pipeline, hopefully, that can bring more units to fill that housing gap. Now, I said I was going to dig into some of those strengths that I've mentioned and get into that a little more. One of them is our land use plan is clear about wanting to have housing diversity and wanting to have affordable housing. It makes it clear that that is a goal, so there's no, if someone comes like, well, no, it's clear that this is the direction that the village wants to go. So that makes it clear for developers, for the community, for you as decision makers, and for us as staff. And that's a huge strength. The code allows for quite a large variety of housing types, ADUs, the pocket neighborhood. It allows for the mixed development, especially in the business districts. It allows for tiny homes. That is not something you see in a lot of codes. So you should definitely applaud yourselves for making those changes. 'Cause that's great.
Yeah.
There's flexibility with PUD developments. You can work with that. You can work with developers to say, how can your goals meet ours? We have that already built in. And again, the strength is, we can turn to Johnny, hey, what's going on? Can this stormwater be handled with this new development? We don't have to go checking other places. The knowledge is right here. So that is a huge thing. Do we know capacity has to be built? Probably, but the knowledge is in-house, and that is a huge win, especially with all the other ones, electricity, all of the infrastructure. I've already mentioned that there's some in the pipeline, but the takeaway is that the code has not prohibited or delayed any of those units from coming or any of the housing from moving forward. There are people still applying for ADUs and things like that. It may take some time, but the code as it stands has not stopped housing from moving forward. And that's a huge thing that you guys should be very proud, or we should be very proud. That's me now. But there are some things that we should be aware of that could be considered weaknesses. Adding the conditional review process, as Carmen mentioned, adds time and adds uncertainty for developers and to even residents here who are going through that process. It adds to their cost. Time is money. And if they are trying to create an opportunity for affordable housing or any other type of housing that we're looking for, the delay in their process is adding to those costs, and they're going to pass that on to the residents. Parking requirements is also going to create an increase in costs. Every time that there's a parking space, that's going to take up less land that there could be a unit. So really looking like what is the parking needs for that development? Do we need 2 units or 2 spaces for every unit? Or can we figure that out? Can we work with the developer and say, hey, you've been working in this field for a long time, you know your needs. Or you're working with seniors. Are those seniors going to be driving everywhere? Are they mostly going to be walking? Are they using different modes of transportation? Can they get parking reductions for the type of use they're having, what type of residential use they're having? So those are things to consider. There are density limits that reduce how feasible affordable housing can be. So the maximum density is RC is 14 units per acre, going down to 6 units per acre in RA. If you want density, it's getting there, but it's not all the way there. And so that we have the PUD. But if you want to cut down on some of the review time, then you want to see how many by right approvals you have. So having those density limits may reduce their time to get there. And then there's also the, like I mentioned, the conditional uses, or hey, you have to have additional infrastructure, bike racks, or you have to put in this type of infrastructure that might be costly for somebody to put in that affordable type of unit. If they want to have their relative come and live with them and they're trying to do it, you know, moving them all the way in, that makes it hard if they have to go through additional, you know, review or have to build, and there's no waiver for that. So that's things to consider. We talked about incentives for accessibility and aging in place, or even for green housing. But what do those incentives look like? It could be, hey, you're putting in universal design. So universal design is the type of like light switches, or for anybody who is maybe differently abled or aging, or there's wider door frames. It's accessibility, but it makes it easier for people to visit who are, or move around in that home. If they're going to put those construction measures in that house, okay, let's maybe waive a fee, or how can we help them get over the finish line? We can consider that. So we've kind of touched on these opportunities for improvement. I've talked to a few residents about the history of why there's conditional uses for the accessory dwelling use, ADUs. And there was several cases where the way it was built or it was conceived had an impact on neighbors. So that is a way it was like, okay, if we are adding these conditions all the time, well, let's just make those the standards. And so you can, by right, if you meet these standards, you can have it by right. So let's say you have to be so far back and your windows can't, you know, face into somebody else's property. All right, then it goes straight to staff. Or if you are, and that's if it's detached, if it's, you know, in someone's basement, or in the, you know, the main house, it's not going to be above a certain, you know, height. There's a way to work around that. But if it's going to impact your neighbors, and that's the conditions that we've seen time and time again, why we built in that conditional use process, we can work around that and make it easier for people. Definitely want to streamline the approvals for duplexes and multifamily, if that is where we want to really lean into when we're looking at rentals. We can look at setback requirements, we can look at reducing it for those. If we do have those green measurements, or hey, you know what, maybe instead of doing 2 reviews, twice going to planning commission, you only go to 1. Because you're putting in the type of development you want to see. Increase the flexibility for cottage courts. There are, ADUs are not permitted there. I keep bringing that up because I have found that it is a quicker way to get affordable housing by having those smaller units within a development. But leaning into cottage courts and pocket neighborhoods can definitely create a sense of community in that small section of land, and that's what we have. We have a lot of infill opportunities here. So allowing cottage courts and pocket neighborhoods to be built and infill those little areas would be a great opportunity for us. So many of these improvements can be done without changing the character of the neighborhood, like I was mentioning. Building into those pocket neighborhoods and increasing density, reducing fees, all of that can be done without major changes to the code. The threats I mentioned at the top of this presentation, so I won't go into that too much, but something we didn't mention but touched on was we have, like many others, an increase in our aging population, but we haven't served them. So how can we make sure that we're doing that? We have aging housing stock as well. There's ways in looking to grants for home repair programs or looking for any grants that can create like wheelchair ramps or things like that. There are ways to serve them so they can age in the house that they have without saying, oh, well, we have this brand new spanking building, move there. So you've got to balance both of those and explore ways to do that. So overall, looking at the zoning code and what's out there is you don't have far to go. You have a strong policy foundation with the land use code. There is already a framework in the current zoning code that we have. We allow quite a bit of housing in all of our residential districts and even in our business districts where we can get where we want to go. It just will take some tweaking. A lot of our desired housing are permitted. The infrastructure is managed by the city. And the primary issue is just improving how to get developers to where they want to go. And even the people who are living here, how they can get where they want to go through the zoning process and making it easier for them. So not just outsiders, but those who are living in Yellow Springs too, because I don't want them to feel like they're being left behind and that we're just worried about, you know, the guy over here. So some things to consider, review our conditional use requirements, adopt by right provisions for ADUs, definitely look at our parking regulations. I think those can be done in the short term. And then consider some incentives for affordable housing. I know I mentioned a few of them, like fee reduction. I know Johnny don't have a heart attack, but when appropriate, because there could be times, hey, we're going to put down this street for you. You know, we're going to build this for you. We're going to put this infrastructure in for you. Okay, well then we can waive a, you know, a $200, you know, zoning fee. But there does not need to be a huge overhaul at this point, is what I can tell.
Thank you.
Yeah. I learned a lot from, you know.
So I can take any questions, or I can go back to anything before I.
I have a question, I
Yes.
guess, about the, when you spoke about the code related to affordability a little bit, is that something we can do selectively, you know?
Yeah.
Like we can say, you know, we're gonna give this exception, you know, to try to.
Through the PUD process?
I mean, you can do it through the PUD, but if there are goals that you have in mind, say, hey,
Like an individual basis, you know?
it helps
Do
if
that.
you have an idea of, for these types of, this number of units that are meet our definition of affordability, we are going to give X incentives. So if you have like a menu of incentives,
Gotcha.
that helps. And you, as the body, you do have that wiggle room to negotiate. But if you have a starting base of that menu, that helps.
And this is interconnected with the conversation around like the CRAs and the TIFs,
Yes.
where it's like, and we looked at some examples in the past, and it's on our like goals of something to come back to later this year, because it's, I think, functionally what we're seeing happen is, again, just hammering this home, the market rate development's happening, affordable to low-income people housing is not happening, so how can we make that equation more likely to change that, you know, that dynamic? And I think, just to say, I think on the other end of the spectrum, I do think we need to consider, is there a point at which we actively want to not just increase the likelihood of getting certain kinds of housing? Do we ever want to actively decrease the desire to have other kinds of housing? So specifically, do we want at some point to reduce the number of market rate single-family homes? That is something that's what the market is doing on its own right now. And is there, and again, this gets to the how big do we want to grow and what is the right balance? When we get into goals, I think at some point we might want to think about, in other communities, they've set, percentages of here's the number of units that will be available to, people at different income levels that are you're essentially trying to figure out what is the right mix of what you're aiming for. So anyway, just naming that's I assume not many people do that, but it's certainly within the scope of what we've talked about before, and it may be worth considering in the future.
Yeah, I mean, totally, with the table, it's like, right, the highest price point, homes over 225, Rowan said 120, there's gonna be 266. So this is just a question, so how do you say, we don't want any of those homes built here anymore? We've already overbuilt in that category.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that possible?
are there communities that do that, like that you know of, or is that a practice, or,
Not that I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Head. Oftentimes, there's only a point that they regulate because, like, hey, they bought this property, and they don't want to say, hey, it's a taking, and so then it gets very wonky with the legal. I'm not a lawyer, but they use zoning regulations to a point. They like, hey, you can use your land, but we're not going to make sure it's so restrictive that it would be considered a legal taking.
Because it's, your property.
Yeah,
There wouldn't-
exactly.
There wouldn't be that, this is one where we're probably pretty different, right? Most communities are big enough, they have enough other places to grow that they wouldn't have this issue. Or, I would imagine the vast majority of communities are actively wanting the higher end housing.
Yeah.
Because of the tax revenue and/or, there's a number of things that they would, but I think we're saying as a community that, as at least the elected members of the community, that's not the kind of development that we're interested in solely. So trying to figure out how do we counteract that at some point. So it might make us a little weird, but I think we're trying to figure out how to maintain a diverse community, and that's going to require doing things a little differently than the way the market, is naturally progressing. Trying to figure it out.
And I think you're already on that path by having that strategic plan. Whoever you pick should have that knowledge, like, hey, this is something that's important to us. We want to make sure that once we get to that point, we don't want to tip over. So how can we find that balance?
So you'll send this around. Thanks for doing it. And, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great, we'll move into number 6, Lawson Place Apartments, Casa Tedoni.
Like, can you guys do one too?
Do you want me to help with an overview? Go through this for Mark?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, we can tag team it together. So this pro forma on Lawson Place was completed by Mark Schwederman of the Shared Resource Center. Mark Schwederman was a longtime manager of City of Kettering for 17 years, and he also has a background in accounting, so we are fortunate to have this work from him. So I'm just going to go slide by slide here and just kind of talk through what was done. So Lawson Place was purchased by the village in 2022 for $770,000. The village financed $640,000 with a 15-year loan and also made a $130,000 down payment. The property includes 16 units, and we are currently fully occupied with no vacancies. Current rents in 2026 range from about $668 to $743 per month, depending on the renovation status of the unit. So as of December 2025, Mark ran a Sheridan report, so the property is valued at approximately $1.28 million. We're looking at about an increase of $514,000 from when we purchased it. So overall, I would say we're seeing a strong occupancy and significant growth in value. Getting into the model assumptions that Mark used, I would say these are pretty standard conservative growth assumptions that were placed. So he used an operating expenses increase of 3% annually, a renovation increase of 10% annually, capital cost increase of 5% annually, and then rental revenue of about 3% annually as well. He also included that there's about $30,000 per year in village support, so we're looking at $5,000 from the administration, so that would include like Cameron and his work and tracking, as well as Public Works for about $25,000. So Public Works does all of sort of the ground maintenance. Johnny can get more into
Snow
that.
removal, ground maintenance.
20 what?
25,000.
25,000.
Yep. So $30,000 in total for village. And then we are looking at an annual debt service of about roughly 60 grand per year, and that goes through to 2036.
Okay.
So I would say, looking at the numbers themselves, so the property is covering its sort of operating capital and renovation costs. However, it does not fully cover debt service during the life of the loan. So we're gonna see annual losses are decreasing steadily, but by 2034 to 2036, we are essentially breaking even annually after the loan is paid off in December of 2036. And so the property, he's saying with this model that it would generate about $63,000 annually. But again, I would say that these are conservative, and this, you know, the housing market, who knows what that's gonna look like in 2036. So we just have to keep that in mind with all of this. So cumulative loss is approximately $329,000. So that does include the large upfront impact in 2022 from the down payment that the village made. But at the same time, we've gained that $500,000 in equity. A little bit more information on slide 5 about the Sheridan report. So it's looking at comparable sales approach. So that looks at what similar properties have sold for. And that's in the ballpark of 1.275 million. There is also an income approach. So that's based on how much income it can generate. And so we're looking at a value there of about 1.297 million as well. So the last and final slide Mark put together is just some options for us to consider. Continuing on the current path, maintaining the renovation schedule and rent adjustments is one option. Another option would be to formalize some of these cost allocations, so to clearly define administrative and public works contributions in the budget annually. Maybe actually set aside money during the budgeting process for it. We also talked about some operational efficiency things that we could do, so maybe looking to reduce contracted services where possible, and maybe consider bringing on a facilities technician role as well, to sort of offset cost. And then finally, there's the consider sale option, which, you know, is always an option, but.
So I'll go back to the beginning, 22, this building was purchased as an investment building. With the caveat that they was gonna try to get a co-op housing kind of deal going. And it turned into be, more than that. When we walked in, there was 7 units that was not rentable. 8 of them was not even rented at the time of purchase. We have remodeled 11 and a half of them over the past 4 years.
What does half mean?
Huh?
Why do you say half?
Because unit 3, we wound up doing the kitchen and the bathroom and the hallway because unit 7 sewer come through their ceiling. And so we only did half of their unit, and they was fine with the other half. It's the living room and the bedroom, it didn't get touched. So we consider that a half. I will tell you, at 22, I'd have beat my head against the wall. Now that we're to where we at now, with Cameron stepping up and taking on a lot of the calls from residents. The utility staff doing the rent collection, just making sure that we have the processes in place. It has not been as big a headache as it was in 22, 23. Plus being able to, when we renovate a unit, we completely new appliances, new AC unit. So we're being proactive. When we bought the building, first thing we had is a roof put on it, brand new gutters put on it. So that's a long term. It's already there. It's done. We don't have to touch it until after I retire. And then the water heater is brand new 2 years ago. If anybody wants to see what a 120-gallon water heater looks like, it's over there. And that was like a tune of almost $9,000. And we have done a lot of the hard work. There is still a sewer issue over there, but after evaluating all the process of tearing up all the units and digging up all the foundation, it's cheaper to have the local contractor just go out every 3 weeks and make sure the sewer is flushing, so there's that ongoing cost. I say all that to say, I know some people are like, well, we'll just get a property maintenance person to take care of it and we'll hire that out. I'm dead set against it, and I'm gonna tell you why. If we own the building, then we should own the building. When your residents call, you should be taking care of it. Instead of a property maintenance person out of Dayton, Cincinnati, Beaver Creek, saying, we'll get to you whenever. So when residents call us, we know it's a concern, we're right over there. They have that face connection. And now that it's pretty maintenance free, it's a good thing. And plus my staff, or our staff, has taken on doing the lawn mowing, the snow plowing. We've made some improvements on the parking lot, doubled the size of the parking lot because 16 units, everybody has more than one car in some of them. So I had a suspicion that the Lawson Place performer was going to come out the way it did. If we don't include all of the administration costs and we just assume that it basically breaks even for what it is. But you have to put that in there, in the performa. But in 2037, even with that being said, we're still on the back, we're on the right side. And if you look at it for affordable housing, $329,000 over a period of 15 years is not a huge loss to the village. To be able to secure the 16 units that we did, and the Sheridan numbers, Mark did a comparison once they evaluated it, and he thought it was, I think it was like combined or whatever he did, it was a little bit less than 1.3. I can't remember what the number said. The weighted is 1,284,000. For me personally, I think it means more to our community than the money. So, and if the option, and the option's on there, just to be frank with everybody, it's an option, so we have to put it on there. If you was to put it on there, they would literally come in, whoever buy it for an investment, they would jack up the rents. It would no longer be affordable. Our rents are from $640 to $750. So.
We talked about this in Finance Committee. There's a wait list, the units rent immediately, there's clearly a market. Just so it doesn't get lost, the 329 loss does not include the equity we've gained.
Correct.
And everything about the math says that if you just went out a little further, it's going to go positive, and then it'll just keep going positive.
Correct.
Because we are factoring capital expenses, operating expenses. Anyway, so it's like, this works, like the math works, and it provides a benefit. I think the biggest question I had after seeing, it's great to know that it works, and then the question I have is just how, is it something we should do more of? And then it gets into the question of, how do you factor in staff? Because if we looked at it as a longer term pro forma, this property this one alone could, but if you had more units, you could invest in, so all that project management, all that general construction work that's happening at the general contracting work that's happening during the renovation, we don't have to eat all that as a current staff. We could invest in doing it so that it's not just an add-on to somebody else's job, that it's somebody's job. Yeah.
I would say that I agree with you 100% that if you could not build Lawson Place and be profitable. Right?
No, absolutely not.
I'm not saying we're in it to make money, but if we, in 2037, if we have some money that is above and beyond, that just means that we can put it back into the Affordable Housing Fund to be able to further our initiative for affordable housing. But if there was other things that come on the market, that was similar to that, then I would say that the village, as long as everybody's on board, we should look at things. But you're not going to build a $4 or $5 million building and put in $600 rent payments unless you have a lot of grant funds.
No, it has to be subsidized. But I want to go back, because thinking about the property management, and this is not like a huge thing, I will say that professional property management, and I'm not talking about the grounds, I'm not talking about repairs, I'm talking about fielding calls from people. We like stuff close to home, but that piece, I think that piece I think that it shouldn't be in-house. Because when you talk about people, you talk about personalities. And, not everybody is going to get along all the time, but to have a neutral party in between, especially with something as personal as housing is, I think we should think about how that could work. I'm not saying that Cameron's not doing a great job, that's not the issue. But there needs to be some kind of neutrality between, the landlord and the residents. There's got to be some kind of, especially when we talk about apartment complexes and apartment buildings. Owners of apartment buildings don't manage their properties on the people end. So even if we think about Green Metropolitan Housing and, no one from the city of Xenia is managing any of Green Metropolitan. They're not managing the units, but we're putting ourselves in a position to be managing the units. So I think we should look at that. I'm not going to volunteer anybody, but obviously there would be a fee involved. In that 30K, what part of that 30K is our residents calling? So, about repairs or about complaints against other neighbors or somebody, how much of that is personality stuff versus how much of it is repairs, and then who can we put in between, and who can we put in we can put in that role. Not repairs, okay, fine. Mowing, okay, fine. But the other piece, I think would be beneficial for the residents and also for staff to have a neutral party in that position. And I think that we should think about that.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, I've worked with interpreters and I think about it similarly. Everybody, a person can speak two languages, but there's a real skill to the job, knowledge, efficiency. This is really exciting. I think this is really, I feel really proud to talk about this, to share this with the community. And, with all the conversation going on right now about the rentals in town, I think it's one of the most uplifting and positive aspects of of what we're already doing. And to Gavin's question, yeah, it makes me want to do more. Like, I hear you in terms of the cost and the, but I think nobody else is doing it, and nobody else is going to do it in the way that we have potential to, as I see it right now. And so I think if the answer is yes, we are enthusiastically open to it, then I think to Carmen's point even more, we should professionalize. Like, you guys have done an amazing job, but it was like, this is what you were handed and you're responding to it versus intention going into it if we want to replicate the good outcomes.
I want to also say that I didn't, and if it was received that I meant that there was a lack of professionalism on Cameron's part, I didn't mean to imply that.
Well, I'll put my 2 cents in just to say, I think it could work either way. I understand I really appreciate that you're like, I want this to be done really well. Like, I don't want that to leave no matter what. I think the part where, to me, there's another one where there's like an in-between potential, where it's not call somebody somewhere far away. What if it was us getting together with other entities in town, or if we had enough other units that we were looking at, there could be an in-between where we're essentially, imagine putting out an RFP or an RFQ, or we would hire somebody. I mean, we're going to be giving money to someone else to do it. We already are, it's just in-house. So it's the quality control that's the question.
I want to pull it back a little bit, because I think that it's getting wider than what I was, what I was talking about specifically is just a realtor. Just right now, not right now, but soon, just a realtor. Someone who's already managing properties, a realtor that owns properties that they're managing, just to field the phone calls. That's what I'm, not the property management, not someone from out of the community doing the entire property management. Just talking about the people piece. And that can be something that we look at. That could happen, it doesn't have to be years from now. And just because of, not just because there are, I talk to everybody, and I don't want there to be any friction where there doesn't have to be any.
I think if you, just to speak specifically to, using a local, realtor or local property manager, then I think you're still gonna run into that same, conflict of interest and personal,
But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. Yes, and also, they're used to it, it's what they do. Just putting a little bit of distance between the village, Big V, and then the residents that are living at Lawson Place.
And I had a question, that's the only thing I wrote down, is what was, with it saying facility tech, did that mean, does that mean hiring a handyman, or does that mean, this, but so we're talking about that, and I get it a little, and I'll just throw in my, I guess, initial opinion, to definitely, professional, and again, to speak to Cameron, he's not a property manager, but he's been doing great, dealing with what he's doing with. But is this something that, can it just be a new position, type of thing? That's kind of how I envision it, keeping it in-house, but professionalizing that role,
And is it fair to say, we talked about it in finance, tell me if I say this wrong, but the dynamic we're at now is essentially, there's not enough scale for it to be its own whole job.
Yeah.
If we had more units, you could imagine it getting there, but as it is right now, it doesn't feel like the scale's big enough. Is that
So
an accurate summation?
are we talking about, just for this building in specific, just taking this one out, or,
What
out of our hands?
we're evaluating right now is the need for a full-time maintenance person. We have 11 other buildings beside this one, and right now we're either, staff has to be pulled out of their daily duties to be able to go do things, or we hire a contractor, so we want to pull the contracted prices for what we use maintenance on all the facilities and see if it makes sense to put a position out there. That way they would fall under a work order system. And you may be at the water plant one day, you may be at the lift station, you may be at Lawson Place, you may be at the library.
Oh, so you're talking about all village-owned
I'm
properties,
talking all
period?
village
Yeah.
owned properties.
Okay.
As a maintenance person.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, be it said a million times, I'll be down in the back of the gym trying to figure something out because Tanner or Ben and all of them guys are busy and I'm the only one here, so it'd be nice to be able to have a person that was well-rounded to be able to say, okay, go look at this problem, you got a work order, go do this. So, you got
I
a
love
clogged drain at the PD, or you got a clogged drain at Lawson Place.
Yeah.
You know, but that requires, and I don't mean to ramble on, but that requires a professional person, and it also requires some tools and maybe a van or something, and the knowledge. So we're evaluating that same way as we are as a mechanic, because we all are not mechanics, but we all are trying to fix and keep the village vehicles going. So right now, we're evaluating all that for 27's budget, and if it's feasible and council is amenable to it, then we'll do it. If not, then we'll keep doing what we're doing.
And would you say in terms of Lawson Place, that is like the over, let's say like Cameron and his capacity and what he's doing, the maintenance is the priority?
Yeah. Cameron does a phenomenal job. He knows now the contractors. I can tell you that we have local contractors that it's a phone call away. Somebody, and I'll just pick a unit 25 because there's only 16, so I'm not picking a unit. Unit 25 calls and says that they got a drain problem. Cameron automatically knows who to call, and it's scheduled to be repaired. That's the extent of it. They would go repair it. He lets them know.
So you already have a list of contractors that do that
Yes.
right now. So it doesn't, so those repairs at Lawson Place don't necessarily pull away from staff right now.
If we can handle it, like putting the gutter back on, it'd be like, all right. But if it's a clogged drain or something, we're gonna send a plumber.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna add my 2 cents in since I was on finance committee, which we talked about this at length. I think the beauty of Lawson Place and the pro forma, which you just presented, was like, by any evaluation metric, this has now been a success. I think that's the long and the short of it. You know, the goal 6, evaluate and advance Lawson Place performance. I think this is kudos to Capital B, village staff, and the team as well as the initiative, because as an economic development kind of person who looks at it from that lens, it passes all of the metrics for investment, both from a community level as well as from an investment level at this point. And I know, 2022 is, it would have been a different conversation. But when Mark was giving the presentation at Finance Committee, we kind of looked at each other and we were like, without knowing anything historical about Yellow Springs, and just if I was to read the data itself, the data checked. And that's why I think, we move past just the what should we do, it's how do we advance this? How do we make it more efficient? How do we create the efficiencies, whether it's facilities technician or investing into Cameron or someone like Cameron to kind of streamline this. But kudos to everyone in this room and in the past rooms who got this going. But this has been a success, and I think that's the story in the food that we should probably start to tell a little bit more of. Is that Lawson Place has been a success. There's a wait list for it. There's 8 of the units have been renovated, or 97.
11 and a half.
11 and a half.
Yeah. And so, again, I think this kind of goes back to the, Carmen, you brought it up, like, affordable housing and low-income housing doesn't have to mean that it's low quality. It doesn't have to mean that it's secondary or lower tier. I think this is a proof point, and I think it's something that we should discuss and bring up more as we
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I agree it's a success, and that does not mean that the challenges were not heard.
For sure.
And like, I mean, just for us, none of us were here. Maybe Carmen, you might have been at the.
I was here.
You were here? The idea that it's, you know.
I was here.
So what year was that?
22.
So 22. So the idea that it's, what, so it was what, just before me then, I guess, huh? Well, the idea that we're 4 years in and we're just now getting a pro forma, like, that's a learning, y'all. Like, we could totally figure out how to look at property, but we can do the math up front so that some of the heartache of like, hey, now fix this thing up, well, we could have figured out how to have funds and therefore had capacity so that that wasn't so much heartache. So I just want to say, yes, the outcome is good, and that does not mean the learnings are not heard, and that collectively, if we want to take on new things, we can do them without just being like, here, staff, do this thing. We can look at the thing long-term, see whether or not it works, then figure out how to allocate resources. This is the benefit of having, you know, cash reserves and accounts that, you know, are functional. And, you know, like right now, we have essentially $500,000 of equity that is sitting there. That is another asset the village has now, right? We could get that money out and use it at any time, essentially. So anyway, just to name that, it doesn't, just the fact that it works does not mean that we don't hear that there were issues. Yeah.
Sure. And there was no way I mean, at the beginning, there was no way to determine that. It was like, we're gonna sell it market rate, and that's gonna displace X amount of people if the village doesn't make an offer on it.
Correct.
And there was no way.
That's how it was, that's how it was brought.
I mean, that's what it was. There was no, because it was like, there are gonna be people who are gonna be displaced, or their rent's gonna get hiked. It was in a state of disrepair. And it never, there was never market rate rent, it was like, ever.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it was do this, and you got, what is it, was it two, I wanna say it was like less than 2 months.
Oh, I would say.
Yeah, it was less than 2 months, it was like, here it is,
brought
this is
to
on the
us,
market.
and there was a performa done, but it was a one-sided performa.
Right.
It showed none of the cost.
Yeah,
It
sure.
only showed revenue.
Right,
I wanted to have one that showed both, because that's where you tell the picture.
right,
If we'd have known what we know now, we'd have probably still bought it.
yeah,
But
but we couldn't have known.
But we couldn't have known, because, you know, we did put extra work on staff, but staff pulled up their bootstraps and got it done, and staff has done a phenomenal job. That is the reason why me as the manager now have a hard time letting go, because I think if we all look at a lot of the rentals, and a lot of the bigger rentals, when they go outside of somebody's control, then they lose the touch of the property, right? Because it's all being taken care of. So that is the reason why I'm like, oh no, it is not going back. When I come to the village, I said when I leave the village, it'll be better than when I come. And I take that as Lawson Place, it doesn't matter where I'm at. So.
We're not saying give up everything.
No, I'm with you.
Johnny's
I'm
like,
with
out of my cold dead
I
hands.
think you guys have worked, yeah, I mean, it could
Right.
have gone a completely different way.
It could have gone
Because you
more
guys did
great,
invest
and it could have gone,
yourselves in
it could have gone.
And we've also showed that
Howdy.
we're perfectly capable of
Yeah.
taking this project and turning it around.
Yeah, Absolutely.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, just to come back to the part about like, I think we should, I think we should keep our eyes open for other opportunities. Because I think, look at these rents are very affordable. And there's a reason why there is a constant desire to get in these units. It's because of that math problem where there are a lot of people who do not make enough money to afford higher rents. And so this is affordable. And there are units in this community that without a profit motive, which is a big deal, that's the major dynamic in most cases. Without a profit motive, we can provide, like, we can have these units.
So when you mean opportunities, are you saying that?
Well, the most obvious one that I've heard about is Twin Coach, because I've just,
Okay.
Through the community here, I don't know exactly where it's at, but my understanding is that there's, a bunch of units that are in a multi, family property where there's, you know, some similar dynamics.
25.
Thank you.
Another one is South Winter Street.
South Winter Street.
We should have jumped on South Winter Street. South Winter now.
So anyway, I think we
So
haven't, it's not like a thing that we've been like, hey, let's pay attention to. So I guess just as a temperature check, like is this the kind of thing where when opportunities come up that it feels like we should figure out who can look into it and start
Yeah.
kicking the tires on?
Yeah, if we could repeat this model, it just, be great.
Yeah. Well, so I think that's just like let's have an open stance where if we see a thing that comes up and then we can figure out is it a contract with a guy like who did this pro forma to take a look at an initial, pro forma on another, potential project? Is it can council members help? Is there some, initial working group that can look into things? I don't know how many other opportunities there are, but I think we've never had that kind of conscious open stance of like, hey, let's keep an eye out. Doesn't mean we're going to do everything, but let's keep an eye out.
we could turn the Bryan Center into a housing complex and buy any out Midwest, move the government centers out there.
Bookmark that.
School board,
That's ambitious.
government,
Yeah.
police department, foundations, all could be under one roof.
I know it came up briefly during the LIHTC stuff, right? I mean, it was like it was a
Just
question.
saying.
Like, what's lead better and CCS?
Yes.
Yeah, right? Okay, well, on that note, bring us back to the agenda.
Okay.
We are right here, we're a couple minutes late, but we got right back on time. So we're gonna go into goal 7, exploring policy tools to encourage property utilization and reducing vacancies with Sinai.
I'll talk briefly on this. I think one of the most interesting parts about this, and actually, before I go, we are presenting this as a research method just to showcase what it is there. This is not something that we are saying we are trying to implement. There has been some conclusion, there's been conversation. That whenever we are in our exploratory phase, that this is not something that we are intending to necessarily do.
Say that
This
again.
is just a conversation. Because as all of us here, either staff or as council members, we interact with the public, and I think sometimes word of mouth can turn into, again, telephone and what we're attempting to do. So before we even talk about something like fees, just know that this is not something that we are actively attempting to put. We're just simply trying to explore what has been done in other municipalities and if it could apply to this. I think moving forward to that, Yellow Springs is unique because most of the examples around something like this usually are around abandoned housing units or dilapidated housing units or houses that have significant tax liens of that nature. That's not really what we were going for here. The issues that we were talking about are houses that are not occupied by their owner for 50% of the time. So this is more of tourist municipalities. And if there is any reason to do our due diligence to find out, hey, how many of these houses, are we talking about 10 or are we talking about 100? Because it makes a massive difference. And so, because then it gets into, are we talking about code enforcements? Or are we talking about enacting code or enacting fees, right? And so really, it was very difficult to find comps as it is in general with Yellow Springs and a village of 4,000. Right, so even my time living in the Bay Area, fast forward or rewind to 2022, San Francisco did have a voter-approved empty home tax, which was somewhat similar in nature of what we were discussing. But then very quickly in 2024, it was invalidated by the courts. And this is, again, with a very progressive court system, judicial. So anything that is fee or tax laden, we should be prepared for pushback in terms of from a legal perspective. So I think where I see this is really trying to assess and distinguish between like speculative long-term vacancies from like legitimate seasonal and or like, medical absences and like or what programming can we do to get from like a voluntary like lease to locals project as opposed to the short-term kind of Airbnb type situation. Again, I think at the end of the day, I don't say at the end of the day, but the tracking and enforcement apparatus that anything like this would require is almost certainly disproportionate to the small number of truly long-term vacant homes in Yellow Springs. So it's really about getting the information first before we move on something like this.
And so now can I just ask, are you, I guess I can't remember what's written on the goals, I can look back at the document, but I was thinking, we were thinking about commercial too?
Yeah, and so this is separated totally from commercial.
Okay.
At least I didn't want to kind of murky the waters.
Okay, so for the housing
Because for
retreat,
instance,
you want to
if
talk
we are
about?
talking about, like, from a commercial standpoint, I am very much
Yeah.
a little bit more aggressive than that, in that standpoint.
Okay.
The housing is very different.
Okay.
And I'm sure Naya can probably help along those lines. So yeah.
So I guess I would just note that if we're not gonna talk about commercial vacancy in the context of the housing conversations, then we should be conscious about when and where, how do we talk about that? So I guess I'll look back over our goals and just flag, like if there isn't a time, maybe we'll try to slot that in.
Yeah, I think that was kind of when I jokingly said, "Oh, don't worry, it's coming."
Okay.
was that's actually a part of the economic development discussion that I hope to have with you all. But again, I think at the end of the day, and Johnny and Lisa and everybody would probably attest, is that we need to make sure that with this, for instance, the vacancy fee is really worth its administrative burden. Also, and then that's not to say that it's not, but I think we for this to really have teeth, we need to figure out, and I'm not sure where the Bowen study feeds into this, is how do we track, how do we find out what this number truly is?
That's my question.
That's
How do
the
you figure
biggest,
that out?
that's the biggest thing. And, we can take this conversation to something a little bit more tangible, which is like our Airbnbs and transient houses and stuff like that, where I know we have a grandfathered status, right? Like how do we make that, I'm not sure if it could already be done, like non-transferable on sale.
It is non-transferable.
It's already
It's non-transferable, so.
So like, I have a question though, what was, I guess my question was, what were the policy tools that you were thinking of? Because the question that comes into my mind quickly is, well, you're talking about a takings unless it's some pretty nice
My
place.
policies are all on the commercial side. The commercial side, there are incentives that you can do for me. And there are actually a significant amount of research for applying pressure on commercial property owners because you're a commercial property. And you could actually, I guess, from a homeowner side, do the same thing, where if commercial property A, and then there's a commercial B, commercial C, if B is vacant, how that impacts commercial property A and C. And so there's a way that you can assess fines directly. So from a commercial standpoint, economic development, those are things that I'll dive into directly. If we want to have that conversation now, we can.
No, we're not gonna have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, not now. I was gonna say something similar. I think it's like, yes, it was meant to be exploratory. We were bringing all the ideas to the table. There's enough interest to talk about it. I think for me and the community has been interested in this, and people who are personally invested. I think there is an interesting angle of like, it's a choice. It's a choice when somebody who's a property owner has an opportunity to sell, and they have choices of who they can sell to. And so I've been in that conversation with people. It's like there has to be intentionality there. Not everyone has the same privileges or opportunities there, but there's a lot of personal choice in terms of who you want to pass that on to. But what came up more often was about Airbnbs.
Yes.
And I feel like what I've heard, and I'm curious about, is just people saying like, I think there are more Airbnbs popping up where they shouldn't be, where it's counter to what the village has decided and like who's paying attention to that. So that was kind of the question I was gonna put out there is where is that at?
That is council talking to planning commission and saying, "Ugh, we're not so happy that you're, allowing, as many as you are in certain instances," talking to BZA. BZA grants variances for distances between, and so making sure that that's clearly communicated, like what the intent is on the part of council, and if that intent is shifting, because maybe there are more now than there were 5 years ago when that policy was being considered.
But you're saying ones that have been given permission to exist.
The thing, this has come up a couple different times, so I think the answer is, if you are concerned about an Airbnb that's not regulated, we are a complaint-driven setup.
Okay.
So if you, and it's as simple as, we have a registry of everyone who's on it.
Yeah.
You can call Naya and ask, and if somebody next door to you has a rental that isn't registered, you could see it on
Okay.
VRBO or Airbnb, and
Yeah.
it's not it's not allowed.
Yeah.
We have to tell the staff, and then they can follow up. I think we could also, this is one where we could probably do like a level more proactive, right? Where we do like a once a year scan of looking at the properties that are available on sites and matching them with, the addresses that are already there.
Yeah.
I want to just add on real quick on the vacancy on the housing side is, could we do an analysis of essentially utility usage? Meaning, like, if somebody's not there all the time, they're not going to use utilities. Would we be able to know how many properties are not using utilities and therefore likely people are absent? I
don't think
just a
so.
question.
It's not legal.
No.
Okay, that's just a question. I didn't know.
Yeah. So Riverside also had a vacant registration, but it was mostly, as you said before, for vacant and abandoned properties, and that's what they look for utility shutoffs. And they went through a third party to do that, and for foreclosures was the indicator. So for looking for utility usage, that'll be just hard to do as.
So if the opposite happens, if someone's utility, all of a sudden there's water goes up, and like there's something that alerts that, and we notify those people, is that not correct? We're allowed to do that, but we're not allowed to do the opposite, like all of a sudden your water usage just bottomed out.
Well, that's
That's
because
for
it's water loss.
Right.
Yeah,
Where
okay,
it's
yeah.
detecting water loss, not,
Monitoring
not-
to see if you're using it,
yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah,
okay.
if you're there or
Okay.
not.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
this is also one of these times where you wonder, like, we're so small, like, could we just put up a link that says, do you know anyone who doesn't live on their street? And then we'd find out, almost everybody, I don't mean to be
For
like,
sure. Yeah.
whatever about it, but it
Yeah.
isn't that hard to find out, right?
Yeah, no, but I mean,
Get to not live
yes.
there. You own it.
It's your current, your local
No,
crime
I
stop.
mean,
But we're-
I think I understand what you're saying, and also, like, it's like,
It's a slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I think that,
I'm just trying to solve the problem.
Right, we don't want people to like, I mean, if it's complaint driven, so like, if someone's like, hey, the green light is on at this house by the laundromat, that's not, maybe it is, and then the red light was on yesterday, which means probably somebody's in there, and we don't know if it's registered, so maybe it's complaint driven, so like, but like putting it'll be all over Facebook, it'll be
for sure.
all over, we
Yeah.
get dragged.
I mean, the premise of it that I explained to somebody can you talk to me about at a street fair? That's what
Yeah.
happens when you sit on the sidewalk for a long
Right.
time now, any minute conversation. Is like, people who have enough wealth where they can come easily buy a house and come here for 1 or 2 weekends a year. And that space is being taken off and no longer available to somebody else who wants to live here full-time and, invest and participate
Yeah.
like a full-time resident. And yes, Judy, you're absolutely right. That is a thing that happens in the world, but we are also in policy. Like, there are ways that you can influence that if you want to. And so I think that was the initial premise. Like, let's leave the whole, wherever that line that Gavin took us down, like, forget that. For me, that was the original, that was the original question, was that happens enough. And with, people from, Columbus and Cincinnati who like to do that. We're all lovely people that I've met, but it is a pattern, and I've seen it in other places where it becomes more and more common, and it's rolling down a hill. The stone is rolling down a hill. So that's why I think it's worth talking about. And it's not clear to me what the solutions are, but that is how this conversation started, to remind the group, I guess.
I have something to throw out just really quickly. So people that are, older people who, they're snowbirds. So the snowbird tax, or people who live in Europe for half the year. Thinking about is that what we're?
I think it's maybe the methodology.
Okay.
Now again, we're such a senior-driven community
Yeah.
also, like that might be a little too close to home. But again, the idea remains the same, are you in Yellow Springs contributing to Yellow Springs?
Right.
Or are you a visitor, are you vacationing or not? And is this a big enough issue for us to attack?
Sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well,
And-
okay, so let's take it from the other side. Let's say, familiar situation. So let's say you live in a home inc rental, you've got your income is low, you're not taking up a ton of space, it's maybe 1 or 2 bedrooms, and you like to go to a concert that you hitchhike out to, and you're gone for a couple of months, and then you come on back, and then your place is empty, so we do that to you too?
Well,
I mean, how do we?
Renter, we're not talking about renter.
Okay, let's say it's just a small home. I'm just saying, if you scaled it differently,
Okay.
would it still look the same? That if I have no income, I'm retired, I never was wealthy, I have got a small little place that I bought 40 years ago for $50,000, and I want to go travel for 6 months out of the year, do you tax me as well because I'm leaving that empty and someone could have it? That is the slipperiest of slopes, because property ownership is one of the most sacred things that you can get. I mean, it'll mess you up if you start trying to address it. I would say if you do want to address it, hand it to the attorney and say, we're thinking of addressing these issues with certain kinds of either incentives, fines, fees. How doable is that? Because it's usually not.
Well, a lot of
This is-
examples. Yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
And I was gonna say my 2 cents is, throughout this whole day and for, I know, months before I got here, you've all been exploring so many other options to expand housing, whether it's creating more units, whether it is just now seeing if there is another housing opportunity where, hey, this may go to the market, can we buy it, can we flip it, and make it so that it stays affordable, that there could be other opportunities. Yes, they may stay vacant, but you are building opportunities elsewhere, that this may be a road that you may not need to go down. That's just my 2 cents, because you're already exploring these other options and you can focus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get, right, it's like, I think it feels like kind of like all hands on deck, like
Yeah.
consider every option, because we've been, there's been conversations about the changes in the village for decades, and the trends are, somebody used the thing of like, it's just rolling downhill. And we're trying to figure out, is there any way, and so
Yeah.
consider all ideas to try to stop the shifts. And then I think it's that, and you could say, I think it's reason why it's like the last thing. It's like, probably isn't the thing here. But to throw in like on the incentive side, I think that it is. It's true that people have a choice when they're selling. Do we want to think about any kind of incentive where that there's some way to have a seller get a benefit if they sell to a family? And if they sell, you could imagine an incentive as opposed to trying to stop people from selling to. We do that on the short-term rental side of things. We've made it so that is harder. You cannot buy a property and not live here and operate it all year. We've made that. The flip side would be, can we somehow incentivize the properties being purchased by people that are gonna contribute to the village, long-term. You could imagine there could be, like we talked about with the TIFs and CRAs, there could be income thresholds or sale price thresholds so that we could stop that situation for a home under X amount, but over X amount. So just saying, that this is the range of options. We don't need to solve this right now, just
But
so you have a
feel
sense.
I feel like that incentivizing for publicly owned stuff, yes. But I don't know if that's, we can make suggestions to a privately owned, like to a homeowner. We can make a suggestion like, hey, would you consider doing this? But I don't think that there's anything that we can do in policy to make someone say, you must do this, you must sell to a family, you must. I don't know, I don't think.
I don't think of the must side. I'm thinking on
Right.
the, here's an incentive if you do.
Oh, what's the incentive? Like,
The CRA, I mean,
Yeah, that there would.
there are
Certainly.
CRAs, I don't know how, like, this ordinance is written, but that's how it is in the state. CRAs are specific for, like, is this new construction, is this for a home improvement? And then it would go to, of course, the housing council. You said the housing council will see your application more favorably if this new owner is scoring is
So,
a family.
right, and we spoke,
So-
but I did ask at the beginning of the process if we wanted to do that for, on an individual basis, and it was like, no, we want to do it for commercial.
They didn't want to do it.
Right, and so, and I asked that because I know there are homeowners and property owners in town who could benefit, who have multifamily, who have apartments in cut-up houses, who could benefit from that. So now I get where we're going with this. Is that something that we would be open to doing again? But
Yeah, you definitely want to be careful because you don't want to get in the middle of like a private contract. Just like
Right.
the same between like a landlord and a tenant, you don't want to get in the middle of
Right.
that private contract. Like the only thing you can do is, we were talking about that scoring if it's already on the books.
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally follow you. When we did the CRA conversation before, I thought we ended up just doing commercial, but we said we could come back to individual, but not for everybody, like not in a blanket way. I think we were basically saying we don't want to incentivize more single-family market rate home development.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to incentivize like single-family affordable development, that would help us reach our goals. And similarly, you could imagine in an individual sale that if there was, and there, this is where I don't know how you would maintain the restrictions in the same way that like a home grant or another restriction that's put on a multi-year affordable sale. I don't know how that would interact with the CRA. Anyway, I think throwing out some options of if we can get involved to incentivize what we want to happen in the end, let's keep an open mind. There's not an obvious,
Sure, I
clear
just
path
don't
here.
understand how that would happen through
Yeah.
policy on an individual.
Yeah.
And realistically, I think it's goal 7,
Yeah.
and this is only gonna move forward if somebody
Yeah.
says, I am passionate and interested
Sure,
in this,
for
and I
sure.
would like to kick it ahead. So
Yeah.
thank you, Sinai, for like doing the work, and I'm sorry for going a little.
No, I think but that's what Goal 7 was. It
Yeah.
was this exploratory thing.
Yeah.
It's starting to be done in other much larger municipalities, much larger. And again, I think the reason that this was tasked towards me is because of the conversation on the commercial side, on the economic side, has already started. So was there a way to merge these two things? And in this case, we did not merge them. We want to keep them separate.
Check.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so we have about 20 minutes left, and this last part was really just to wrap it up and have clarity what's going on next. And, we'll have great notes. Thank you, Judy. We'll have follow-up. I think something we said at the last retreat we would talk about is format. We've now had our second retreat. We had talked about doing more of this work in work sessions. We had talked about commission committee, putting it into council meetings. And I, to the earlier point, I think the question is just how do we keep ourselves and each other accountable? And I would say at some point, I would suggest, we put together, when we have more timelines, really look at our housing work as a whole. Put together a timeline for, these are the different things. I think to Johnny's point, if hypothetically there wasn't an individual in charge, I think what none of us are doing in a oversight way is like looking at everything with, housing, the bigger picture in mind and saying, okay, well, if we shift this piece, then it'll fit with this piece and this will align with that. I think we're doing it to the best of our extent, but it would be different if it was your job to focus on that. So that was just something to throw out there, but I think in general, it's, how do we want to be accountable to moving it forward?
I mean, it feels to me like it's working pretty well. I mean, when we last sat up there and said, we don't need a committee or a commission, let's just each do, kind of the pieces. I think I would gently nudge us all that if we had timelines, things might go. And I think this thing was really helpful, meaning like it's like that creates a timeline. It's like you got to get all your stuff ready by this time, and that's it's like timelines are no fun on some level. They're like, but that's the accountability, and I think we're all trying to figure out how do we not just be another council that talks about it and doesn't do it. We want to do it. So I think the way to do it faster would be to have more timelines and clarity, but the basic structure in lieu of hiring, which everything you said I agree with. The basic structure, I think, is working pretty well. I don't think we need to add a bunch of new process or steps. But if we could all just kind of push each other a little bit to set a deadline and stick to it, I think that would help. And right now, I think we should probably have a when are we following up collectively?
Well, I think the other thing is we need to follow up staff with Boeing, because Patrick wants to come and do the presentation on their findings and so that would be, we need to get a timeline on when he's gonna be done and when we can meet again or when he's available. And I don't know if that's because it's a big document, right? So I don't know if that's a work session or if that is another, let's get together and have a couple hours so we're not rushed kind of deal, because there's gonna be a lot of questions. It's a very big document. You guys are having plenty of time, so we should have a lot of questions prior to Patrick coming here so we can make sure that we get a lot of things answered.
It feels like it's going to have to be a couple hours, right?
I
mean,
would
it's
agree.
like unless they're going to do a notably better job summarizing it than the last time, if we're getting this big honking thing and unless the writing is significantly better than the last version, we're going to have questions, right? Well, you know what I mean?
No,
so I think,
you're correct.
I just think the idea
That's
we're
why I
going to
think
get
it's
into that,
couple
I
hours,
think
correct.
It's not,
it's just the way it is. Yeah.
It has shrank a little bit by about
Yeah.
5 pages.
I would also say, if we have a couple hours and a chunk of it is with him and asking questions, but a chunk of it is like us talking about how does this relate to goal 1, 2, 3, and 5?
Yeah.
Like, I'm all for that. Like, we don't need to just engage with the document by itself. We need to engage with the document in relation to this.
Yeah, I agree.
The other thing about this that I guess I think we could do, I mean, y'all have seen, there's been two of the last 4 meetings have been like just over an hour, like the actual council meetings. So if we stay focused on keeping agendas, we're doing the prep work to identify what, we know they're not gonna take that long. So we can consciously do this in a way where it's not gonna mean that we're here for 6 hours. We can do it, we can find an upcoming meeting, once we have a deadline from them, where we can consciously get the meeting itself to be short. We can do a 2-hour work session, then it's a 3-hour window, which is what we've always done on days we've had work sessions or whatever anyway.
Can I ask one question as a citizen? Permission to ask a question, or is that not appropriate?
I would say let's let's wrap up. I think we're getting close to the end, and then we're all available here to answer questions.
After that second meeting,
After the
which will take 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, literally.
I think that we can all be moving parts around simultaneously, so the community education and community engagement part, it's happening on your end. It will begin to happen on EC's end with this particular type of housing. And, like getting the education and engagement piece out there. Work session for the Bowen, I'm down. If it takes 2 hours, it does. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. But scheduling a work session is a kind of a next step, and then we'll be working on our stuff, and of course, bring it back to council, any plans that have come to fruition.
And I also say that this group here has worked together better than previous, right?
Oh, yeah.
And adding Nia to the
What?
team has given us another capacity. So as long as you guys stay committed to making sure you read your packets and have input, then we keep moving forward and we can do the meetings like you're saying, Gavin and Carmen.
And if it would help, I know I'm working on that timeline. We've got all these goals, and I think that's helpful if we can get a spreadsheet or some type of activity log where we match those goals with that activity with deadlines, so we're keeping on track, talking about next steps, so we're making sure we're moving forward and not just like, oh, this is falling behind, who do we need to check in with, is there something we can help you do to make sure you're moving things forward, since we're all working, with one another.
Yeah, I love that, because it also reminds me of like the manager's report. We can have a housing report, and everybody needs to send in their updates, and it's consolidated into a table.
Yep.
And then we get some time, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then and so it doesn't have to be 7 hours or 4.5 hours. We can practice the muscle
Yeah.
for it to be less than that. I mean, it's my favorite way to spend these hours, but.
So I like action items, so just to summarize, I think what I've got for staff, from staff side of it. So come back with a Bowen timeline. Give, of course, you all will need time to sit with that because it is such a hunker of a report. Figure out the work session date. We will find out what does need mean from the Boeing study as well. Coming back with some sort of discussion, maybe a memo, maybe a special report section at a council meeting about what happens if we become a city. Clarity on that. Public engagement process, we'll come back maybe July 20th in the manager's report on timelines and backing it up to the RFQ. Collaborating with Stephanie on stuff for the new website and getting tenants' rights information there, and then some sort of in-depth goal tracker.
What was some sort of what did you say?
In-depth goal tracker.
And then we're working together too.
And I'll just say, I think it's great. The community is here. They're paying attention and they're invested, and I was really happy to see that.
Yeah, me too.
I have a question, as long as everyone's sitting here and it's a public meeting. You know how we were interested in having a joint meeting with township and school board? I sent out dates initially to township folks, got an initial response back, narrowed the dates, sent it back, and have never heard from them again.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the school board has gotten themselves together and has said, here's when we can do it, and they're only 2 days out of what was presented to them. And they are July 8th and 9th, which means it would have to be noticed next week, agenda next week. And like, hey, yes, we accept those dates and we're doing it. And then that would get sent to township folks, and these are the dates, y'all, and you
8th and
show up or you
9th.
don't show up. So we either do that, or we say, well, we'll shoot for August or September. The problem being, then you tend to lose school board for a while, because they are slammed August and September. So, and maybe longer since construction,
So how
but
does it work when you're communicating with when you say the township? Do they have like a administrator that you're communicating with, or are you just reaching out to the people, like the trustees?
well, I just followed up Johnny's the way that he initially had sent it out, which was to contact the three trustees. If Cindy Powell's is,
She's not, it's trustees, they have no administrator.
well, that would be probably the problem. So, I mean, I don't know that that's going to improve, frankly.
You're right.
So
I'll reach out to the township as well. I'll call the two that I had the most response from. And so, but I think your question is 8th or 9th or push off.
Yeah,
I know the schools will probably even push it further than that because the beginning of school is going to be
I know, that's bad.
undetermined at this time because
No.
they're still trying to wrap up construction. And for the record, I say it won't happen. But they're going to have to figure something out, and it could be a little hectic.
But it would also be nice to kind of hear some information from them about.
Yeah, it seems like it should
Right.
happen for whoever can make.
So the times, the two times are July 8th, 10 to noon, or July 9th, either 1 to 3 or 2 to 4. Those are the three available times. You all had already responded and said
Yeah.
they were very, but that was a long time ago. Sorry.
I could still do the 9th dates.
Okay.
Could y'all still do the 9th dates?
Yeah, I
I
can.
can't do either.
Yeah, I can't do either.
Okay. Well, then we're at 2 people, so I think we're at like kick it down the, or unless, are y'all cool with it
Yeah,
being?
I mean, do we
Not all of you?
Yeah, do we need to be all be there? You guys are there representing council.
I think it's mostly, at this point, according to Gavin, it's information exchange. What do we need to put on the table? When should we meet again? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, there's not like a
I don't think we
specific,
all need to be there.
I don't think
just
we're all
a-
gonna be there, it's true.
just to establish the practice.
Well, that maybe maybe that lowers the pressure on the other bodies too, that, hey, we're not, just. So should we shoot for the 9th in the afternoon and then see if you can lock somebody down from the township? And if you can't, feel free to text me, I make a couple phone calls. Somebody's gotta be able to come. The township is the one, I think, because they're the ones that are talking about a levy right now, and I'd really like us to, the biggest thing with this is I'd like to formalize the process of communicating about levies
Yeah.
in advance.
Yeah.
So the township does have a new assistant, Brian Lucas. I believe he just started. So, and I've got his contact information that I can provide to you.
That's the zoning guy.
Yeah, but they just voted him in a month ago as to be the assistant.
Follow up. I want to make sure we get to your question. So Judy, do we want to do this question and then do our, since we're still on housing?
Do what question?
The special meeting, I think she's talking about.
Oh, I heard a yes. Oh, that special meeting. You can't do it till you go out of this meeting and go into the other
Right.
meeting.
Okay.
It's a whole different meeting.
Okay, so
yeah.
let's take the
Yeah.
one
Take a question.
question.
No, this was a great discussion, a lot of information, a lot of wisdom. My only question as a citizen is, how does this discussion today fit in with the strategic plan?
I'd be happy to take a stab at it. I mean, I think we don't have a clearly articulated vision of what we want the community to be. So I think that's the core piece of, I think we probably all generally agree based on all the conversations we have, but it's not written down. So I think that would be the biggest piece, would be writing it down, saying here's where we want to go. And then this is one piece of other priorities, of other things we would do in the village. So I think the strategic plan, hopefully, it'll do like we're doing our annual goals or our biannual goals. Is biannual 2 years, 2-year goals?
I think so.
Anyway, the kind that are 2 years long, we've set some priorities. We didn't have any of that before. So I think the hope is that we get 5-year priorities with, I think we talked about it as a 20 to 30-year, what do we say, vision, and document that. And then this hopefully would be informed by that. So that questions like, do we want to grow anymore? We would decide that. We haven't decided that yet. Is that in keeping with what y'all think? Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so we need
think,
to,
I'll just put in a plug that appreciate his question, and I think it's great to see all the people. And I think I'd love to figure out how we actually create some space for questions and
Yeah.
comments I think we've been like getting ourselves together,
yes.
but it's like, I want to, people are here, I want to know why they're here, and like, do they have input they want to give? So
Yeah.
I think I'm just thinking about in future meetings, I'd love for us to figure out how to create a citizen engagement component as part of the agenda. So just
During our
throwing it there.
retreats?
Yeah.
During the
Yeah.
summer retreats?
I mean, I've also been telling people, like, please tell us what you think. Please watch it, please read the minutes, please share.
Yeah,
what
please
you
do.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they will.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
Okay, do we need a motion to?
I love it.
Yep, you need to do it like you usually do it.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Guess all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,